I'm pretty sure it is. It is. Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. Thank you for watching my interview with Lynn Walsh, Emmy Award winning journalist and former president of the Society of Professional Journalists. Now I'm joined with the Pinko Merchant, a YouTuber, video essayist, and oh, hang on, you sent me. It's in the thumbnail. A DR and de-radicalization analyst and critic of GamerGate. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Tech. How are you?
Hey, I'm not too bad. I kind of beated myself up a little bit internally. You saw the Lynn Walsh interview, man. How was it?
I mean, it seemed pretty good. You were clearly rushed, but I assume somebody like that is on a tight schedule, and it was not an easy interview to get.
Yeah, she's a very busy person. I'm grateful that she took even the small, tiny amount of time that she could, and she even went over a little bit too, because I think she rightly recognized that there's more that could be discussed. And so she went for what almost 45 minutes, and we only agreed to 20 originally. So I'm really grateful for that. I should have really on my lunch break today or something. I should have like asked came up with a list of 5 questions or something rather than trying to wing it. But I figure, well, if it's a 20-minute conversation, maybe winging it's the best choice, because I don't. There's obviously going to be things that she wants to talk about regarding GamerGate, and if I come in with like this super solid list of questions, and there's only 20 minutes or 30 minutes maybe, um, then we might not get to the things that she wants to talk about, or we could go in a really interesting direction that that is unexpected. Um, so I thought the free form might be better, but
Yeah, it definitely seems like a case where it's useful to plan, but always be prepared to throw that plan right out the window.
yeah, yeah, that probably would have been a better approach. Anyway, not going to beat myself up too much. I feel like the overall quality of this project is very good, and I think that Lynn Walsh, I think that her engaging in the conversation and promoting an alternative vision of games, of not just games journalism, but of journalism in general, um, I think that that's important. It shows a different perspective than some of the perspectives you hear throughout the book, because a lot of people are very disheartened, especially when it comes to the coverage of GamerGate by the media.
Yeah, and I do think it is useful to hear from people who their area of expertise is journalism. Since ethics in journalism is the conversation Gamergate has always wanted to have anyway.
Well, so Pinko Merchant, you made a video about GamerGate and released it just as I started doing this project. And for a while, I think I even talked about you in one of the previous interviews, though I didn't name you by name, I don't think. I was like, wow, this guy reached out to me, but I think he's a troll, so I'm gonna block him because you haven't. Because it's so because I like announced the project or started talking about GamerGate after a super long hiatus, and then you come out with this video using a voice changer talking about GamerGate, and you've got like the happy merchant anti-Semitic guy as your avatar. And so I thought, oh, this guy's 100% a troll who's here to fuck with me personally. But like that turns out that probably isn't true, and you're just like a normal guy or person.
Yeah, no, it was sheerly purely a matter of coincidence. Prior to doing YouTube, I did a lot of the same work, but under an NDA for other content creators. It was just sheer coincidence that I decided to try my hand at doing it myself right as you were doing this project. I actually found you from searching the Gamergate hashtag in YouTube.
Well, I'm glad you found me, and I'm glad we were able to talk over the past several months. And I've sought your feedback for this project many times. Um, so
Yeah,
you've re
you're definitely not what I've expected. Compared to what my mind has created as an image for the typical gamer gator.
well, I'm not sure I am the typical gamer gator. Um, but maybe I am. I don't know. I mean, but we can talk about that. So
Absolutely.
you talk about DR, um, de-radicalization, and you consider yourself an analyst of this. What does that mean?
So what I'm particularly analyzing is the relationship and strategies between the person or people who go online with a specific fringe idea, usually dangerous idea, and how they convert that into something that can reach someone who's otherwise politically disengaged, and how they're able to get their reactionary theories to fit within, I guess, the Overton window of ideas that that audience is willing to accept and buy into.
So you've like studied this for a long period of time?
Yeah, for many years.
I know you don't want to talk too much about your personal life, but what do the studies like look like? Are you like working in a professional capacity with like the ADL and stuff like that, or what does this look like in practice?
It's similar to what the ADL does, but with more of a focus on, what's the actual playbook? What are the strategies they're using? Whereas the ADL is more focused on the ideology itself.
Okay. And so because of your interest in the de-radicalization stuff and because of the perception some people have about Gamergate, being that Gamergate caused Trump, or that Gamergate caused the pipeline that led to gamers becoming far right and voting for Trump. Um, like, well, I've discussed those ideas in this project many times. I think most of the people I've talked with have been a bit more dismissive of that idea. Uh, but in your video, which came out before you talked with people involved with Gamergate extensively, like myself and others, um, you seemed like you were promoting that idea a little bit in your video.
Which idea specifically that Gamergate was uh, like a genesis movement for what came after?
Oh, well, I guess that Gamergate created or like led to a pipeline that like led to Trump and far right ideas becoming popular.
So that is a popular idea, um, but it's a slightly more nuanced way of looking at that. Is it's not so much that Gamergate was, the movement where it started, so much as Gamergate was used by elements of an existing movement to promote their agenda.
What existing movement do you think it was that used Gamergate?
So the best way to describe it is alt right, but alt right it's kind of a euphemism. It's painting a happy face on a lot of um, notoriously conflicting, terrible ideas like misogyny, like racism, like transphobia, homophobia, anti-intellectualism, um, anti-disability sentiments. Um, a lot of the ideas that are not considered acceptable by what you might describe as normies, um, they are the ones using all sorts of, not just Gamergate, but movements within the culture war to make their ideas seem more normal, or aspects that promote those extreme ideas more palatable.
Can you draw the connection between Gamergate and the alt-right?
Draw the connection in material terms of people, yes. That would be the five people, at least three of the five people uh, targeted by the GG auto blocker would be the material connection. The ideological connection is the pervasive misogyny and anti-feminism that was undeniably part of Gamergate.
All right, so the five people on the auto blocker. So you're talking about like Christina Hoff Sommers, Milo Yiannopoulos, um, Adam Baldwin and like two randos, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's Milo Yiannopoulos and the ones you say are two red. I don't have the list of names in front of me. I should. Um, it's my okay. PG Auto Blocker. It's Adam Baldwin, Cernovich, Base Mom, Yiannopoulos, and Nick Monroe. Nick Monroe, Cernovich, and Yiannopoulos are 100% neo Nazis.
Well, I don't know about the Monroe guy. Um, I don't know if he's a Nazi. I don't know. I don't know the guy personally, um, but he DM'd me actually, and he says something. He says that basically he was only involved with GamerGate for like a few weeks, or maybe like a month or two. But he DM'd me and he said because he got he got basically like exercised from the movement, because he due to something unrelated to GamerGate actually. Total Biscuit criticized him because allegedly he was obsessed with this YouTuber and named Dodger, who Total Biscuit knew, and Dodger says that he was making her uncomfortable because he ran a fan YouTube channel dedicated to her, and she thought that he was being a bit stalker like, and it seemed like he probably was maybe. um, and then he got he basically deleted everything and went offline for several years. Then uh, he reached out to me and said, "Hey, I was that guy, the press start to continue person," and he says, "I don't like to use that name." He says he was in high school when Gamergate happened. He was just a kid, and he was obsessed with this YouTuber and had a parasocial relationship with them, and it wasn't healthy. And he's not that person anymore. And he's learned and grown, and that one of the things that he wants to do right now is defeat some of the really bad ideas that he sees in society, like the red pill ideas and Andrew Tate and stuff like that, because he thinks that they're harming society. So
So that sounds wonderful.
I don't know if that's all true. That's
That's
what he says, and I don't. That's
so
the only time I interacted with this guy. So
my whole goal here is to figure out when guys like this who have bought into these hateful ideologies, sometimes they come out the other side and they realize something happens in their life, and they realize that the enemies that they have uh, come to hate are not their enemies. And I'm interested in ways to help them return to normalcy. And there are recidivists, definitely, but there's also that just because someone is a Nazi or someone signs up for the KKK or whatever the ideology is, doesn't mean they can't come back. And de-radicalization is all about creating kind of, to borrow a therapy term, a holding space where they can work out, um, reconciling reality with their previous beliefs without in the moment being judged. So if he's taking those steps, I love that, and I wish him all the best, and I hope he comes out of it changed for the better.
right, then we have you think Adam Baldwin's a Nazi, the Firefly actor?
No, I would not make that argument. I haven't
Okay.
seen anything to suggest that.
Oh, but Cernovich and Milo are, you say?
Yes,
Yeah, I don't know about either of these people. Them. Oh, I know Milo, unfortunately. Cernovich played like an extremely minor role in the Gamergate thing. He talked about it on Twitter a couple times. That's really about it. And
I
we
mean
also,
he hired a private investigator to follow Anita Sarkeesian.
yeah, again, I don't know anything about that. If he did that, he seemed to have dropped it right away because nothing ever he never talked about it again after a while. But Milo obviously did play a role in the Gamergate thing, and it's a controversial role. Many people who I've interviewed, myself included, have been critical of Milo. And I think at the time we all recognized he was a grifter. Um, we all recognized that he was just in it to promote himself and to promote his well, basically just promote himself. I don't think he really cares about anything. He switched ideologies like 7 times. Um,
Yeah.
and but we saw that. We saw, hey, look, this is a guy who's only in it for himself. But you know what? As long as we hold him to the same standards that we hold other journalists to, I don't have a problem with this person writing about Gamergate. It's a free society. If he wants to write articles about the Gamergate movement, Gamergate consumer revolt, whatever you want to call it, um, then more power to him. And some people, unfortunately, did did become like fans of this guy, though he pretty much lost, I think, almost all of that towards the end of Gamergate, or like somewhere around like whenever the pedo comments came out, he basically fell off the earth.
Yeah, he may have personally fallen off, but he is the one through which people make the Trump connection. Simply because when he was writing about Gamergate, he was writing about Gamergate on Breitbart, which drove incredible amounts of traffic to that site. Where Breitbart at the time was basically lost to obscurity of the early internet, and he brought it back to life. And Steve Bannon, who was the chief executive of Breitbart, used that momentum to turn Breitbart into an alt-right platform, which he then used to attract the attention of Donald Trump. And we all know from there he ended up becoming Trump's chief strategist.
Yeah, I definitely agree that like Breitbart wanted to make money off of Gamergate and probably wanted to like promote their ideology too. Um, it just doesn't seem like it seems like that role is greatly exaggerated, both in terms of like Milo's unpopularity with the Gamergate people, especially today, and like how the Gamergate people are politically, based on the data we have, and also there's this research from Brad Glasgow that shows that less than 10% of the Gamergate people even go to Breitbart for their news. So it doesn't seem like they were able to build a large consumer base of the gaming community. In fact, they tried to do that. Remember, they tried to launch a gaming section of Breitbart, and it completely fell on its face after a few months and closed down, I believe.
I mean, yeah, it is. I will not disagree that there is a larger cohort of Gamergate that did not fanboy over like the Annapolis Breitbart Bannon pipeline. Um, but Milo's goal, assuming that his goal was to revive Breitbart, that part worked.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't know what like the internal figures of like Breitbart spreadsheets and how much money they were taking in versus losing and all that stuff prior to GamerGate versus during GamerGate. Milo obviously became a very big figure, and he did like part of that was GamerGate, but I think like a huge portion of that too was just that he was like a very wild force of personality who would be like pretty edgy and controversial, and also would talk about a huge number of issues. He only wrote like 4 or 5, like maybe not even that many. He didn't write that many GamerGate articles. Like most of his stuff was like generic culture war stuff,
Yes.
and I think that really attracted a lot of people. And some of the and look, I'm sure Breitbart's traffic was up for those GamerGate articles, and maybe some people did actually go there and become like dedicated Breitbart fans and readers of it, and they incorporated that into their everyday life. It just doesn't seem like there are very many of those people, both from the data we have from Brad Glasgow's research, which showed that that doesn't seem to be the case, and that like Breitbart, I think, ended up getting banned from like Kotaku in Action and blacklisted as like a corrupt website. And also that like the people I interview, um, we don't talk about Breitbart too much, but it doesn't seem like very many of those people have like a super high opinion of Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah. I mean, so Breitbart may not have succeeded in bringing a lot of gamers to their their pool of readers, but a lot of people who followed what was happening in Gamergate actually didn't give a shit about games, and they were there for one, the drama of the conspiracy, and two, everybody pays attention when there's a story about corruption in what is supposed to be an institution based on honesty, in this case, journalism.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had like a lot of people disagreed with the social justice warriors too, if you want to use that. Like, and I'm sure like, you probably don't want to use that terminology, but I don't know what way to describe them. But there was a perception, at least, that there was this group of people, and that a lot of these games journalists were among this group who didn't really believe in like a liberal society anymore. And we perceived, or some people perceived, like um, some people perceived, and I don't think this is like necessarily like a GamerGate view, though it did like become meshed in with some of the GamerGate stuff, a lot of the GamerGate stuff, because we perceived this group of people as being anti-egalitarian, anti-individualistic, anti-free speech, and anti-artistic freedom. But like there were these group of these people who did seem to adopt this illiberal ideology, and a lot of people did disagree with that. And like, what do you think of that?
Um, so I don't have a problem with terminology like SJW. Like, I understand what is meant. Um, as far as the rest, I guess yeah. There were a lot of conflicting ideas in the grand um movement that was Gamergate. Um, and some of that was a legitimate pushback against um progressivism in gaming. Um, but a lot of it was also, just showing up to watch a bunch of libs get owned. Um, I think there was a healthy dose of both going on. As far as were any of the people targeted by Gamergate actually out to, silence and um, crush artistic freedom? I don't think so. I don't even think somebody like Anita Sarkeesian was out to do that. The problem with a message like hers is it's a critique of anti-feminist themes in gaming. Um, it, and any form of artistic expression goes through that critique at some point. It's what academic feminists do. Um, I think the problem became that Gamergate took this, hey, here's critique of why your games are misogynistic, and here's some examples. And what they heard was that also means you have to stop making and playing them. And that's not what anybody was trying to say. But
Well,
it was,
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying that the goal there was to um, start a conversation and try and get people who are playing these games to recognize what was problematic about them so that they don't translate into real world ideas.
So the creative, the artistic freedom line. There's like multiple different things, and I just want to write these down real quick, and we can go over them. But I do want to get back to the misogyny point. So I'm not moving past that. I promise. Um,
Okay.
so creative freedom. So you have multiple things, right? You have the idea that game developers or artists, more generally, I guess you could say, have a social responsibility to make games that don't promote bad ideas, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that statement.
You don't think that there were people like? Do you think that that's like part of the feminist critique that we saw from like
From some,
Sarkeesian or
yes.
Devin Wilson or well, we can
I, I don't think that those people specifically were saying that there was a responsibility not to make those kinds of games.
but to at least be very careful in how they make games moving forward so that they don't promote these bad ideas.
I don't even think they were going that far. I think that they were offering their critiques, in some cases, on a very personal level. Like Anita, I know, uh, she she worked with some games companies to help with development. Uh, towards that end. But it was more saying, promoting the awareness of what's problematic and saying, go and make your games however you want. But if you want to make something that's a little more socially aware, here's a roadmap.
Well, so she did say about Doom, this level of extreme violence shouldn't be considered normal. It's not an excuse to say it's expected because Doom. That's the problem. And then I tweeted, I linked that to you, um, if you want to see her tweet.
Let me look at it specifically. So she's right. Extreme violence should never be considered normal. Um, I think and I'm uh, trying to infer meaning from a tweet here. I think what she's trying to say is that games don't have to be made like this because Doom was made like this. The overall point being that for a large portion of gaming's history, it was marketed to a very specific demographic that wanted that extreme violence. And what she's trying to say here is the demographic is now much bigger than that. And because it's much bigger, it doesn't need to be extreme violence all the time. Not every game has to be Doom or Call of Duty. I think that's the point she was getting to.
Uh, well, wasn't this actually? Hang on, I want to see the context of this. I think it was of them announcing the game. If you see the hashtag BE3, it's for a game conference where they announced Doom and they showed the trailer for it. I'm pretty sure that was the context, but
I mean, if she's saying Doom shouldn't be violent, I don't know where to go with that. That's Doom is always going to be a violent game, and every subsequent Doom game is always going to be violent.
well, it seems like
Um,
she has a problem with that though.
yeah, I don't know if she does have a problem with Doom specifically. Then I don't know what to tell her. Um, she's allowed to have that opinion, but you're not going to change Doom.
But all other people have the right to disagree with her too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Disagreement is everyone's right.
And she's also said before um, that video games, that these tropes. I don't remember the exact quote, but I could probably find it real quick. It was that the video games uh, that these elements in video games essentially promote sort of harm women in real life. That it's not just about the games themselves. Like that was a very
There's
common idea.
I'm not super familiar with feminist theory in general, but I believe that they use harm in a much more broad sense. Um, same thing with violence. That these are not necessarily physical manifestations in the way that they're using them. Um, and I could see where normalizing certain ideas could be harmful. Um, what I don't know is what her strategy is for reducing that harm.
Well, I think what her advocacy is, and maybe you don't interpret it this way, and it's not just her; it's also other people as well, like Devin Wilson, like the writer for Vice Waypoint, who said that he would have thought that the game developers of Final Fantasy 15 would have seen the outrage among some people. He didn't say some people would have seen the outrage about Cindy and changed her, but here she is, still a single loose thread away from indignity, where he was basically flabbergasted that the mob didn't succeed in trying to get Final Fantasy 15 Cindy's design changed. And Devin Wilson, who argues that video games should be, he has a list of rules and he's an official writer for Gama Sutra. He has a list of rules for game developers to follow, including making games less violent, making them less sexy, making them less competitive, and a bunch of other ones too.
Sure,
Like
and
weakness
I
as
think
well.
that speaks to what I was saying. Yeah, it's a list of rules, but it's a list of rules of how to make a more socially aware game. It's not, at least I hope it's not, these are the rules all should follow, period. Because when with the creative freedom, just as you, if you're a game developer, just as you have the creative freedom to make a Doom that is extreme violence, you also have the creative freedom to make something that is socially aware if you choose.
Well, that's totally fine if people want to do that. Gamergate wasn't opposed to that. We always argued, most of us at least, or a lot of us did, that, and I think consistently too, that uh, if you don't like games, make your own games, and people should have the right to make Gone Home or Sunset or whatever they want. No one's opposed to that. Make your own games and explore your own creative visions and artistic visions. And if people try to censor you for that, we'll oppose them just like we oppose any other type of censorship.
But you see, there was also a backlash against that at the time. Whenever a game, in a lot of cases, was attempting to develop itself as more socially aware, a lot of these projects were pushed into obscurity by the backlash from, the Doom and Call of Duty crowd that, expected that all games were going to be their games.
Well, I don't think that's true. I think people criticized the games and they like didn't buy them because they didn't think that they appealed to them, and they would, yeah, they'd make fun of it. But that's gonna happen in a free society. You can make fun of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. You can make fun of Doom. You can make fun of anything you want, including Sunset or Gone Home. I think that's totally fine. That's part of living in an open society as well. But I don't think anybody or very few people, certainly people I would criticize if I saw somebody say this, I would certainly criticize them. And I don't know if I've ever seen anybody say this, that they shouldn't be allowed to make Gone Home or Sunset, or that they need to like change it and like add demons and and guns and stuff. I don't think I've seen people say stuff like that. D-
All I can say there is just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Um, I, I, there's definitely a cohort out there that wants to maintain not just gaming but the media in a status quo where it is primarily marketed to men, um, which is what a lot of media has been for a long time.
I don't know. Like that seems like such a vague concept, primarily marketed towards men. Like that could mean like 20,000 different things and so many different things to different people. Um, I think I don't know of anybody really. And I look, I'm interviewing like the Gamergate people, a very wide cross section of them. I don't know if even like the most fringe Gamergate person, who, or at least out of the people I've interviewed and out of the people I've interacted with it over the course of the several years, who would have been like, Gone Home shouldn't be allowed to exist, or they need to take out the progressive aspect of Gone Home. Now there are people who, unfortunately, perhaps, well, actually, no, I don't know if anyone said they need to take out the progressive aspect of Mass Effect Andromeda. Um, but people did criticize Mass Effect Andromeda pretty harshly, and I did defend the game before it came out on artistic freedom grounds from some people. And yeah, those people, depending on exactly how they worded their comments, they could be anti anti free speech and anti artistic freedom, but it would depend on like what specifically those people said.
People who went ape shit because there was a 7.
Because of what?
There was a crowd of people who went ape shit because there was a trans flag on the back of one of the cars in Cyberpunk.
Oh, well, I mean, like, yeah, I don't support people if they're engaging in advocacy of censorship. I don't think they should do that. If they're just criticizing because they don't like it, like whatever, who cares? Just like the social justice stuff too. Like I defended the Tracer guy. I've been pretty consistent on this. That when the guy criticized Overwatch because he thought the pose was too sexy from Tracer, I defended his right to criticize the game, just like I'll defend the conservatives and their right to defend to criticize games. And now, when they start advocating for censorship, then I'll definitely hit them hard over that. And I did, if you recall, when the Starfield controversy happened, I did defend the pronoun feature, and I hosted a whole panel about this with a diverse array of people from the former anti-SJW community, whatever remains of that, and also from the like progressive and gaming community too. And we had a very diverse panel on this, and pretty much we had a good discussion about this controversy. And I think I was pretty consistent in being like, yeah, I don't really think it's a big deal.
Yeah, no, and it's not a big deal, and that's the thing for most people. Representation in media is not a problem, but for a select group of people, it absolutely is a problem. They do not want to see the things they dislike being presented as normal. Because if everyone starts to accept these things as normal, then at least openly, so will they. Um, and t- it's just not something they want.
Well, look, I'm not like an expert on the trans topic. I don't pretend to be by any stretch. Um, let's talk about like the pronoun thing. Like I think having the pronoun option in the game is totally fine, and I've outlined this for a couple different reasons. One, it's the artistic vision of the creator. Two, and you can criticize artistic visions. People do it all the time. I do it all the time. So that's not that's like a very baseline defense. The second is that I think it opens up more role playing options for players and to have this option in character creation screens and things like that. Sure. Third,
Yep.
and if some trans people like that, I think that that's totally cool. If they want to have like a masculine looking character, but they're referred to as she her throughout the game, like that's their personal experience. If they want to curate it that way, and it makes them happy, good for them. So I defended on like those three grounds. But when it comes to the pronoun stuff, I mean, should we really normalize the asking everybody their pronouns in real life? Because like it does seem like there has been a bit of a creep of this where maybe it has become too prevalent in many aspects of society.
So there's an argument to be made where it should be normalized. And even if you remove the transgender person from this conversation, you have a lot of, the, I'm sure you're familiar with the term cisgender, someone who is in agreement with the gender they were uh, attributed at birth.
I've heard people
Who,
refer to people that way, yes.
yeah, it just means, you were born a boy and you think you're a boy. You were born a girl, you think you're a girl. And there are people who fit that description who, from a certain angle or because of advanced age or for any number of reasons, at quick glance, they look like the opposite gender. Um, it's if you ever worked in customer service, I'm sure you've accidentally, said like, next in line, ma'am, how can I help you? And then, oh shit, that's a guy. Um, I think you could avoid that uncomfortability if you normalize either neutral or non-use of pronouns or asking pronouns on a first interaction if it's going to be deeper than transactional. um is it something that should be enforced as a standard of society? I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, and like I'm pretty like as you probably are aware, like I'm pretty chill with everybody. I don't have an issue with trans people. I probably have like more trans people um who I interact with on a regular basis as a streamer than like most people do in their entire lives. Um and I don't that's I have a welcoming community, an open community where people can discuss issues related to the trans community and this stuff. Um, but we're targeting people and stuff like that is obviously not okay, and I don't allow that in any way, shape, or form. And I don't create safe spaces, but I create spaces where people can talk about issues and debate issues without harassment, and I think that's a good thing. Um,
But I think a very telling thing is that, and I've seen this happen in your community. You find yourself in positions where you have to explain to people the difference between criticism of the transgender argument and attacking a transgender person directly. There's at least one major example in your community of somebody who didn't know the difference. And if you're experiencing that in your relatively small community, imagine how pervasive it is in society where people don't know the difference between criticism and attack.
oh yeah, no, for sure. I think that there needs to be a lot of discussions in society. Well, there need to be better discussions in society than what we're currently having about this topic. Um, and I think there's a lot of extremists like on both sides actually. I think that there's people who do well. I mean, on the right, it's obvious, right? It's the people who want to ban books, who want to ban even adults from um, getting gender affirming care. Um, and then on the other side, I think you do have an extremism too. One, there's this extremism where they want to shut down all discussion. And I'm not saying like you want to do that or anything, but like there are people who do want to shut down all discussion of this topic and want to actually like make it difficult to do research in this area even. And then there's also this like push to be like, well, there's no differences at all between men and women, and we need to like completely abolish gender, which has like led to like some weird stuff in the sports arena that is controversial, and people aren't allowed to talk about this, which makes them upset. And then you also have like this question of the non-binary people, right? Where a lot of trans people even are saying, well, look, I have a legitimate medical issue where I have gender dysphoria and I want to get help for this, and I'm 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 suffering from like a real debilitating thing, but there's this other thing happening too, where a bunch of people have glommed on to the conversations about this stuff, and they don't have any mental illness. They don't, or not, they don't have this specific mental illness at least, and um, they are just basically treating it like a fad, which like is fine if they want to live like this weird alternative lifestyle choice. Like if they want to do that and be non-binary or whatever, like that's their life. They can do whatever the fuck they want if they're an adult. Um, but it's not the same thing as the trans thing, and that also is not. It's it's uh it's not the same thing, and they're being conflated greatly, perhaps.
That's an interesting paradox where a movement that positions itself as supposedly inclusive ends up uh, creating an exclusionary element. In this case specifically, NB erasure. And here's the issue. First of all, anybody who is transgender and discussing gender dysphoria from the framework of a mental illness, that's probably not somebody. Um, I don't want to draw conclusions about their own internal struggle, but that's not somebody who is speaking for the community in general. Um, the generally accepted psychology when it comes to gender dysphoria is that it's not a mental illness. It is a symptom of um, the unresolved conflict between someone's internal gender identity and their external presentation. Um, and the generally accepted science on um, sexual identification within psychology is that it is a spectrum. That being said, people who fall into the more towards the center of that spectrum would be non-binary. Um, a lot of the arguments that are happening need to be a little bit more self-aware that we're not arguing the science of existence anymore, and people that are simply trying to erase something they don't agree with. Trans people exist, and so do non-binary people. What we need to be having conversations about is what that means in the larger society, not whether or not it's valid.
Yeah, and this isn't really GamerGate stuff. I'm not an expert on the
Yeah.
trans issues. I do actually, I think, look, I'm not an expert on this stuff at all, but from what I've been watching of the conversation that's been happening, and it really hasn't been happening, but a couple people have been brave enough to platform this discussion, and I've been able to watch it unfold. It does look like the trans medicalist people do have a lot of good points, and I'm not saying they're right about everything, but even that's a very diverse group. I mean, like, you've got Brianna Wu, right, who is uh, someone who's very much opposed to GamerGate in many ways. She she's on the trans medicalist side, and you've also got other people too, like food shops, who I think makes like pretty interesting arguments in this area, and is I think it's an interesting conversation that should happen, but I'm not sure we're going to be allowed to have that conversation in society, except for on like fringe platforms. But I don't think we're going to see like a CNN debate or even like a CNN like deep dive research into this area because I don't think that it's culturally very taboo to discuss. Again,
Well,
I'm not an
I
expert,
don't
so I don't
think
know.
I don't think it's a conversation that larger society is ready to have. I think we're still in a phase of um, awareness where this is concerned, where this is still a conversation that needs to be happening between trans people and medical professionals. Um, until those two camps have resolved, I don't think larger society can do anything useful by weighing in.
Well, if the non-binary stuff isn't real, like it's not, it's real in the sense of like people choose to live this alternative lifestyle, but it's not real in the sense that it's like an immutable characteristic of you having this medical condition, which is like I think what the trans thing is. It is a different thing. Like if it's not real, we probably shouldn't like openly and affirmingly with 100% affirmation embrace the non-binary thing in our society in every facet of life or in many facets of life if it turns out that it's actually not real at all, right? Like we should be
Well,
cautious as a society in
I
how
don't
we
think we can. I don't think we can get to that conclusion because the fact of the matter is, gender itself isn't real. Gender roles are societally constructed, and there are examples in history of the biological sexes taking gender roles that do not correspond with our modern concepts of those gender roles. So that in and of itself is evidence of the fact that they are fluid and they are societal constructions.
Yeah, but like most people in society like already recognize that you can be like a man who has some feminine traits or a woman who has some masculine traits or even like a woman who has like a lot of masculine traits and is a pretty masculine woman in terms of like our traditional ideas of what gender is. But like that's like a different thing than like the gender fluid stuff or like the non-binary stuff or like the Zer neo pronoun stuff. Like that those are all like different from like people recognizing that yes, men and women exist. There are men and there are women, and there's like a tiny portion of intersex people, but that's not even like maybe not even like half a percent or less than a percent of our society. And like that doesn't mean that they should be like discriminated against or anything, but like it seems like we're rewording like all of society so that we could cater to the fashions of basically this non-binary group, um, even though they probably don't like actually exist, or they might not actually exist, because it's
What
basically
what you're just what
like the
you're
people using
describing
Z0
here,
pronouns and stuff like that. Like not I'm not talking about masculine women. Obviously, masculine women exist, feminine men exist. I'm probably like a feminine man in some ways. Whatever. Like I don't think there's like an issue with that. I think like men and women are like mostly pretty similar, but like they're not. It's like the destiny thing. You draw two circles, the Venn diagram. Um, Society used to think that the Venn diagrams only overlapped like 10%, but the reality is we've come to learn that they overlap like 80 or 90%.
the thing is now we in what you're saying there are two different um arguments that are kind of intermingling. So, yes, one of your statements was there are men, there are women, and then there are a small percentage of people who are intersex. What you are describing is biological sex, and yes, that is correct. Um, but gender is not the same as sex. Gender is an internal concept of what that means. They are often associated. My biological sex is male. I am expected to behave and present myself in society by this list of uh, expected norms. Same thing for women. Um, some examples: women have long hair. Women wear, brighter colors, and they wear perfume, and they wear makeup and high heels, and they they take less physically demanding jobs. These are all qualities that society has um, placed on gender, not things that are given based on the biological mix that you're born with. The only thing really determined by that biological sex is where what your role is in reproduction. And yeah, the hormones do play an extent in body development, but hormones can be altered. Um, but that's neither here nor there. It's not about the immutable physical characteristics. It's about one's own concept of who they are and what their role is in society. And as far as the pronouns are concerned, I don't personally agree with neopronouns. I think you're asking a lot for somebody who you are interacting with on any sort of a casual basis to refer to you as anything other than he, him, she, her, or they, them is honestly something I think that should be acceptable. But beyond that, you're asking people to remember a lot. It's well known that humans struggle even to remember the names of people they've just met. It's a lot to expect another fact to remember. Um, but neopronouns could apply in deeper relationships, your close personal friends, people that you deeply care about. If it makes them happy to be referred to as Z0 or some neopronoun, that's something that maybe they could ask of you as their friend who has a vested interest in making them feel more comfortable and accepted. But as a societal expectation, no, I don't think neopronouns should be a thing.
But I do you think, well, what do you think the non-binary thing is? Because it seems to me like it really is just this alternative lifestyle choice. Like they don't have gender dysphoria. They don't have, or most of them probably don't have gender dysphoria, right? And they don't. They just want to present themselves as being non-binary. And that's fine. It's a free country. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But like I'm not sure like uh, why we need to like recognize that in society as being like some sort of like special thing. Whereas like I view it the same way I guess as I would view someone who's like adopts the goth persona or the emo persona or the metalhead persona or the gamer persona, right? These are all different lifestyle choices that people make. And I'm not saying it's like an invalid lifestyle choice. Um, it's not necessarily an invalid lifestyle choice at all if people want to live their life that way. I just don't see. I just don't see why like society has to be like fighting a not never-ending culture war battle uh, over this lifestyle choice.
But it's you can't really say they don't have gender dysphoria because at the end of the day, let's for sake of argument, let's say Bob is non-binary. Bob does not feel a connection to the societal norms that are male or female, and presents in a way that it is kind of a mixture of both, taking the elements that they do and don't like from both sides and integrating it into their own expression. Um, but if most people still perceive Bob as a man, could that not create the kind of anxiety and self-image issues that are descriptive of gender dysphoria? Much in the same way, I'll even use you as an example. I'm assuming you identify as a male, you are a man. Would it not cause you a degree of dysphoria if me and a bunch of my friends just started referring to you as a female, regardless of how you express?
Yeah, I don't know if like other people calling me this would do that. I don't think so. I think that this is like very much like a medical definition. It's a medical thing, and I think in order to be transgender, from the arguments that I've seen, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but from the arguments I've seen, I think you do have to have gender dysphoria to be considered transgender, and I think that the people who have this uh, do have do have legitimate issues that they face in society, and I'm supportive of them getting health care and supporting of the help that they need and not being like discriminated against or uh, facing discrimination against in terms of hiring, employment, whatever, or hiring, education, whatever. I'm against all of that for these people.
But part of the treatment for gender dysphoria, actually, the first step is social transition. And part of social transition is asking people in your life to use the correct pronouns.
One, I do. So like I don't, but I also don't think that, and we probably agree. I don't think the correct pronouns are like neo pronouns, and we both agree on that.
Yeah, as a expectation of greater society, it's asking too much.
But all okay, we're getting way off from the GamerGate stuff. I'll let you get the final word on the trans stuff as my guest and as the person I'm interviewing. So please, or you can get the last word.
I'm a little unclear how we even got here because I'm not even what I would describe as a trans activist or an expert in trans. Like, I'm not trans myself. I have like two friends that are trans. I'd call myself an ally, but I'm by no means an expert. But I think we got here because it's all interrelated, and the transgender debate is one of the most forward facing aspects of the culture war. Um, if it was 2014, 2015, um, we would be talking about Gamergate in place of transgenderism because that was the active battle of the culture war. It's it's kind of like having the same style of argument, but about a different topic.
There are perhaps some similarities, though. Though strangely, I do think I probably hold GamerGate, at least GamerGate for much of its history, as being like a relatively like a pretty diverse group of people, and people had like pretty diverse views on the trans stuff, including a lot of people who were pretty pro-trans people.
So you could almost say that if you ask two Gamergaters what Gamergate means, you might get two different answers.
Well, GamerGate wasn't about trans stuff specifically, but yes, you could get two different answers.
Right. And all I'm saying is that some of those answers might be these dumb SJWs are trying to push their crazy crap into the window of normalcy, and I don't like it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for some people, they do view that. Well, within the gaming sphere, they would view that as being related. Like
And
they're
that's what I'm saying here is that's those are the gamer gators that I have a problem with. It's not the ones who are legitimately concerned with ethics that I see as a problem.
I did say that there were multiple aspects of the creative freedom stuff. Like we could go over some of the others if you want, but I think the social responsibility thing is really the main one. That there is a perception that these people have basically, um, that game developers do have a social responsibility to make games that don't send bad messages because it does cause harm. I think that is.
I think that they would like to see more of that in gaming. And I think that they perceive that that's the natural way things would go if game developers are, more in tune with what their audience wants, because what they're presenting is that gaming is more diverse than developers think it is. Um, and they're presenting these rules as, once you have this watershed realization moment that your audience is progressive, here's how you make a game that makes them feel welcome. But I don't think that they're absent of that watershed moment trying to push all games into that niche.
It depends probably on who you talk to. Like, it also depends on like what we're talking about. Like, so some of them would say something, and we've had this conversation, uh, that like it's probably okay if Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball exists, right?
That's the volleyball game where they're all wearing like really stringy bikinis, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't see a reason why that can't exist.
Well, though strangely, maybe not strangely, the developer said that they didn't release it in the United States because they were afraid of backlash. I don't know if you
Well,
believe
we
that. That's their
have
official story.
we have a very strong Christian fundamentalist movement in this
Oh no
country that
no 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 no! This was the woke scolds
takes
1,000%, dude. The first two games were released in the West during the Jack Thompson era, or they were.
but it's mostly the Christian fundamentalists who are backlashing against everything they view as porn.
I don't agree. I think in the gaming space, well, first of all, Christian fundamentalists zero influence in the gaming space pretty much. Um, but the woke stuff, that very much, I think, did influence. I mean, look, it's a company. I don't know how much you want to take their like, official statements on this stuff seriously, but there very much was this anti sexualization idea, and games were being heavily critiqued at the time, for this, like Cindy in Final Fantasy 15, like Bayonetta 2, like Bayonetta 1, or Bayonetta 1 might have been
I
before
don't
the
know.
the culture war stuff, but
I think that the too much boobs in video games argument is less a woke argument and more a caricature of what conservatives think a woke argument would be.
um, well, that's why I said that that's one aspect. I think there like other people would say like that's why I said like you would say probably that Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball should exist. But I think they would also say that, or many people would also say, and maybe you disagree, we can get into this, that if we're going to have like mainstream games, you can go off and you can go play your fucking titty simulator, you fucking degenerate. But when it comes to mainstream games like Tomb Raider, they do and should they should be careful that they present women in a positive way or in a not negative way, and that they portray her in a way that is in line with feminist values, because this is a mainstream character and not just some degenerate Japanese shit, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad argument specific to Lara Croft to say, um, does the character exist as a uh, narrative tool in telling the story of the game, or does the character exist as a platform for the tits that your digital team was able to design? And I think some of the earlier Lara Croft games fell more into that second category. Um, some of the earliest Tomb Raider games, honestly, probably could have been just a set of boobs instead of a character model. Um, and a lot of arguments were made about, how impractical it would be for her to be pulling off all these moves that she's pulling off with, uh, her endowments. But like, I don't know that any genuine argument is being made to exclude sexualization from the mainstream. I just think that an argument is being made for there to also be a place for games that don't use that as a marketing tool.
Well, I mean, then why are they trying to take it out of Final Fantasy 15?
I'm not super familiar with that controversy. I've never played Final Fantasy.
And like, I don't think there was like a cancel culture mob or anything like that.
Good.
But it got a lot of criticism. And then, was it a review or was it just an article? But then they wrote articles saying that the developer should have caved to the mob or caved to the people criticizing them. Final
Okay,
Fantasy.
so what you have people, what you have is people shouting their ideas into the ether, arguably dumb ideas. In this case, was Final Fantasy ultimately censored?
No, they did not. They did not agree with
Did
the
did the
critiques, and they
game
did not. No, which
did
is
the
why they
game
were. Which
suffer
is
a
why they
loss
were.
of revenue? Did advertisers pull out? Did
Well, I didn't
you
say that
know
they tried to cancel it. I just said that the game's journalists themselves were acting as though they should have and criticizing the game because they didn't.
I mean, even journalists are allowed to have opinions, and it could be argued that games journalism is opinion journalism.
Look, I'm fine with them having opinions. I just strongly disagree with it, and I think that it creates an atmosphere that's not great in the gaming industry.
So then there's probably a untapped market for a games journalism resource that is not as progressive, and more in line with
I
your
linked the
ideas, which are
article. Sorry, go ahead.
there's probably a market for games journalism that is not colored by progressivism.
Yeah, there definitely is, I think. But the thing is,
I
you're
mean, right
putting out
right
these
off
ideas.
right
Like,
off the
look, I'm not. I do want to address this though, because like, look, they have the right to their opinion, and other people have the right to criticize it. If they're putting out there the idea that like, oh wow, Square Enix should have seen the backlash to this and changed it, but they didn't, and they're upset that they didn't change it, like they did in the article. I linked it right here. The single loose thread away from indignity article, and where they literally are upset. The games journalist is because they didn't because they didn't change and cave to the mob. Where whereas that's an idea. They have the right to that opinion, right? They have freedom of speech. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to write their article, but I also have the idea to be like, hey, look, this is a pretty toxic idea you're putting forward. I don't like that idea. I want to critique it, and that's totally fine too.
So I guess I'm just not seeing a problem here. I mean, for starters, this is an article written in Vice, which might as well be the OAN of the left. Um, this is a person sharing their viewpoint, and it's a viewpoint that you disagree with. It's a viewpoint you see as wrong, and it's a viewpoint that ultimately was not taken by the developer. So, what's the problem?
The problem is that they have a bad idea, and I criticized it. And for some reason, I do think that there is. I mean, it is a bit anti-artistic freedom, though, um, to have this expectation that like, oh, well, you should have caved to the mob, and because you didn't, now we're going to criticize your game. Like that's getting awfully close to some like lines where it's perhaps going to have a chilling effect on the industry. I think because it's not just like, oh, well, I didn't like this one aspect of the game. I thought it was sexist. I'm not going to buy the game, or I don't like it. It's not even that. It's this idea that like, well, you should have caved in when you saw the backlash against this sexy character, but you didn't, and now you've left her a single loose thread away from indignity. I mean, like that's a whole different type of argumentation, and I do think that that kind of argumentation and that kind of idea does get pretty close to some like lines of where the line is between artistic freedom and uh, basically calls for censorship.
If it had any power whatsoever to influence the final product, sure, but in its current form, it exists as an idea the developer rejected. Um, I'm not sure there's more to say there.
I mean, like imagine it was like, oh, well, you would have thought that Lucasfilm and Disney would have seen the backlash to having a female protagonist in Rey and would have replaced her with a male instead. But nope. It just seems like imagine an article written like that. Like, is it within the realm of ideas? Absolutely. Freedom of speech. But it's getting awfully weird about how like we think the society and industry should go. And getting awfully weird in terms of like what we think should and shouldn't be made. It's approaching some pretty dangerous waters.
Yeah, there are definitely bad ideas on both sides. And there are, yeah, sure, people on both sides calling for censorship in media. Um, I just think by and large they're losing, and media's just going to keep trucking on the way it's been trucking on. Um, but I think because media's bigger, there's going to be what always was, and that'll be over here. And then there's also going to be stuff that caters to the people who want um, more inclusive, progressive themes. And eventually they will coexist. And as a gamer, you will get to pick and choose what you do and do not play.
And I don't even think there was like a backlash to Rey for being a woman. I really don't actually, for the most part. Obviously, it's the internet. You're gonna have some crazy people, but I think that like most Star Wars fans
The
don't have a
bigger
problem
black
with female characters. I think a lot of
the
people have
bigger
problems with the sequel
backlash was
trilogy.
over the black stormtrooper.
Really, I don't. I don't think there was much. Oh, in China, that's right. There was a huge backlash. There was a massive backlash. You're right. In China, or it wasn't even a backlash, but they thought there would be a backlash, and so they shrunk him on the posters, which is like really, which is it's funny that it happened and that they were just so blatant about it. But
Not
obviously
even
that was
just in
wrong. They shouldn't
China
have done
though.
that.
Even in America, there was huge backlash. There were countless posts about how stormtroopers can't be black because they're clones.
Oh, I don't. Look, there might be some people who said that. I don't know. I don't think that was a very common sentiment, especially among Star Wars fans, since it's been like established for a very long time in the Star Wars universe that the Galactic Empire stormtroopers weren't clones anymore because the Empire phased out the cloning program to use recruits, volunteers, and like I guess maybe conscripts too, instead.
Well, not that I want to turn this into an argument over Star Wars lore, but it's not so much that they phased it out as they didn't have the capacity to produce any more than the original batch of clones. So as clones were killed, they just needed to be replaced with non-clones.
Oh, see, I'm not. I'm a Star Wars fan, but I don't know like all the deep lore.
I was into the deep lore before the Great Reset when Disney said that all the extended universe never happened.
So anyway, do you want? You said that GamerGate was misogynistic in your view.
There were a lot of misogynistic ideas behind what originally generated Gamergate, which was the conspiracy.
What specifically do you think was misogynistic?
The original idea of the conspiracy was that Zoe Quinn had used sex to generate positive reviews for her shitty game.
Well, hang on. I don't even know if even Internet Aristocrat ever said positive reviews. Um, it was positive coverage of her game. And besides, like
Okay, sure.
And I mean, she did, but like whatever. Like it's not like that's more a failing of like Nathan Grayson.
So right there, that's
Well, like she did in the sense that like I'm not saying that like she deliberately Machiavellian, organized like her relationship with Nathan Grayson because it would benefit her career. Like I don't fucking know that. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Um, the failing is on Nathan Grayson as a journalist.
we but, maybe uh the failing was that maybe in subsequent articles where he mentioned her, he should have. I, I, I don't know. It's to what extent are journalists required to share their personal lives with us? There's definitely a group within GamerGate that accused, sorry, in the conspiracy that accused Quinn of, direct quid pro quos, sex for positive coverage. Um, but that's a ridiculous argument because you're what you're essentially saying there is that she traded months of dating and sex for like four non-consecutive lines of coverage, which is really all Nathan Grayson gave her.
Well,
Um,
he did. Well, there were three articles, but only two of them I think were after the relationship started. Um, but I mean, one of them he promoted her game over 49 other games, right? And he called her powerful twine darling. The article itself is Admission Quest, a play on the game's name, Depression Quest, and he includes a screenshot of her game, the only game that gets screenshots included in the whole article, as far as I could tell. Like that's not like the world's biggest promotion, but like it's pretty bad, and he shouldn't be
yeah,
doing that with somebody he's
all right.
sleeping with, right?
He highlighted his girlfriend's game in a list of indie games that most people weren't playing anyway.
And and
Um,
and singled it and two other games out, but especially this one over 47 of the others, or 49 of the others, really. Right? I mean
and
that's not good.
that was
And if you're an indie,
I don't have the timeline in front of me. That was after the alleged relationship.
let me link you the article. Yes, I did a whole thing.
I've read the article itself.
Have
I'm
you
not
seen?
familiar on which articles came before and which articles came after. So yes, if
Have,
it's after he was in a romantic relationship with Quinn, he should have put a disclaimer somewhere in the article that was like, by the way, I have a personal relationship with Zoe Quinn, the developer of this game.
did you see my ancient GamerGate video on this?
I don't think I did.
Oh my god, it's one of the few things that survived. But I do lay out the timeline in considerable detail and with sourcing.
All right, I will check this out after,
Okay.
obviously. Um,
But yes,
but yeah,
he was dating her at the time, and he also um, because this was a failure of his through omission. Actually, the third article, which was the second ethical violation involving him and this specific person, and that was the game jam situation. And on the surface, it looks like a um,
pretty
relatively
sure the Game
sim.
Jam article was before they dated.
Are you sure that wasn't? I don't think that's true.
I'm like 90% sure.
Okay, I'll have to go in and actually check. Hang on one sec.
But even still, before or after,
I,
he's not mentioning her in a specifically positive or negative light. He quotes her for the story and talks about her role in the game jam.
yes, but what did he fail? What did he fail to do? Actually,
If he
actually
if he had
investigate it.
had a if he had actually at that point had a personal relationship with Zoe Quinn, then sure, he should have mentioned that. But greater than a failure of
Welcome
Nathan
to the
Grayson, that's a failure of
Perspective, but
Kotaku
nothing for a lot.
for not having a disclosure policy. And I think possibly one of the good things that came out of Gamergate was several publications did come up with a disclosure policy. Um,
PC Magazine, several
but I think the failing is more on the publication than it is on Grayson himself.
Well, I think it's on both of them. But what he failed to actually do because he didn't investigate the story, um, and he just interviewed his friend and Zoe Quinn. who he had a romantic relationship with at the time, and I am pulling up the timeline here.
editor-in-chief. And in it,
Only Kotaku article is that actually it looks like maybe Quinn deliberately sabotaged the game jam so that she could create her own alternative, or well, let's take out motives out of this. She sabotaged the game jam, and then shortly thereafter created and started taking donations for her own competing game jam. But this doesn't appear in the story at all.
So
Maybe
my
maybe he didn't look
understanding
maybe he
of
didn't
the
look too hard into it
situation,
because he's dating the person.
my understanding of the situation is that there was something about the competition itself that Zoe didn't
games
agree
were also
with that
covered in the
was
article.
seen
Grayson's
by
third
most
article
of the
covering Quinn.
participants as somehow against what a game jam is supposed to be. But she didn't, and there was also a lot of imposed bullshit from Pepsi that a lot of the contestants didn't agree with, and um, she's definitely quoted in her opposition to the game jam. But I wouldn't argue that she sabotaged it herself.
Well,
I
that
don't know that she was in a position where she had the power to do that.
I've not super investigated this specific area, though it was included um, with some receipts in the Airplay documentary Part 2 um, through the con leaks. So years later, she ended up apparently uh, she actually admitted to doing this to sabotage. Well, admitted it in a private chat room to deliberately sabotaging shots that they were trying to take.
How were these private chats obtained?
Uh, they were leaked by one of the people involved, but it's generally I think considered to be pretty solid stuff. The con leaks are.
I mean, maybe, sure, but even if Zoe Quinn is a terrible person, I don't think she deserves what came next.
No, I don't think anybody. Well, I mean that's a whole separate question, now, isn't it? Because like I'm not sure what did come next.
What came next was hundreds of specific rape and death threats.
Well, actually, I do want to say the got to the part in the video where it was the third article he wrote, so it was while they were dating still. The the Game Jam article.
No. Okay, yeah, great. Grayson should have disclosed, and Kotaku should have had a disclosure policy.
Okay, so I don't support anybody receiving threats, of course, but there is and look I'm sure people on the internet did send Zoe Quinn death threats because like whatever everybody receives death threats on the internet and that's not a good thing and I don't support that.
It's also kind of an I hate Mondays argument where threats are normal and everybody gets them. So just like going to work on Mondays, everybody hates it, but you just got to accept it as something that comes around every week. And I think that ignores the degree to which some people get harassed over others. Specifically, in the case of Gamergate, why women got harassed so much worse than men.
Well, we don't know if that's actually true. It perhaps isn't.
There was that football player that came out against Gamergate, and he didn't even start getting harassment until almost 70 days later.
Yeah, well, a lot of people on both sides received a lot of harassment, and maybe even the pro Gamergate people got it worse actually. If you look into the full timeline of events and everything, it's looking. I'm not saying like obviously like I don't think like trying to be like oh we got harassed more is like a argument really I want to go with this, but we received stuff that was significantly worse than like than than what some of these people received.
And you may have both been receiving it from the same people. It's a lot of the failure of Gamergate, I think, is on one side you have the people generally accepted as targeted. You have Anita, you have Zoe, you have Brianna, Phil Fish, all the people you would want to add to that list. And then you have what I'm basically going to say is you, the Gamergate that was primarily concerned with breaches of ethics. and then you had in the middle an overlap of people with all sorts of competing agendas. And in one concentrated area of that group, you had the people that were doing the majority of the harassment, the majority of the threats, the majority of the doxing and hacking. And I think that they were doing it maybe not equally, but they were definitely doing it to both extreme ends of Gamergate because they had a problem with the feminist icons and the female game developers, but they also had a problem with the people who were, 100% committed to the ethics issue. Simply because if you actually succeed in your goal of solving journalistic ethics, then journalism gets a whole lot better at revealing movements like the movement represented by the harassers.
See,
Does that make any sense?
you've made this argument before in the Discord, and we didn't go down this path too much. I'm glad we have an opportunity to, because you said I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you were saying something along the lines of, I realized that there was this whole other third group in Gamergate, the people who actually cared about gaming, basically. I
Well,
didn't
yeah,
know that these
I
people.
always suspected that that group exists. I had just never really encountered it in the flesh.
But like the thing is, like, this whole third group, quote unquote, like that's like almost everybody who was involved with Gamergate. Like the third party trolls,
That
weren't that
was
many people.
almost everyone that you interacted with.
I
I
interacted with a
think
lot of people in a lot of different contexts. I think it's.
the there were no less than 10,000 people associated with Gamergate. There's no way that you knew all of them.
I'm not saying I knew every. Well, if you look at the people who were like actually doing stuff, yeah, like I knew quite a few. Not I knew most of them probably by reputation, if not by interacting with myself. A lot of people. Yeah, of the people who were actually doing stuff, absolutely.
But
Not people who
you
tweeted
probably
about it
knew them
one time.
because the people that you knew about it were probably people that were frequenting places like Kotaku in Action and
Oh
the
no,
other
I was
pro Gamergate
everywhere. I was
forums.
I was everywhere. I was on every GamerGate community that I could get my hands on. I ran the GamerGate Discord. I'm a moderator of the GamerGate Steam group. I was a very active person on Kotaku in Action, against GamerGate, GG discussion on Reddit. Um, Shit Gazi says I was there. I was on GamerGate HQ a little bit. On V a little bit. Even GG Revolt a little bit. In the beginning of GG Revolt, I was on the MMO Champion forums. I was on the Escapist forums. I was on Space Battles forums. I was on the Anand Tech forums. All of these places were hubs of Gamergate activity. The GameSpot forums, even. Uh, the RPG Codex forums. Uh, I was
Yeah,
on multiple
these were all
multiple
the public.
IRC chat
These were all
rooms.
the public facing spaces of Gamergate. But this is
Yeah,
not
but I was also in
really
multiple private groups
where the
too.
harassment was generating.
I I was in multiple private groups as well, right? I was in multiple Skype groups. I was on a few different Discords. So Discord wasn't really that big during Gamergate for the most part. It blew up kind of later. I was in DM groups, private DM groups with people, including the Torrential Downpour DM group, which was huge. I was in multiple different communities: Mr. Pip's nightclub, the DDM, Downton Dew and Doritos, or Downton Dew and Burritos, Mumble server, I think it was, and like I was everywhere. The GG After Dark, I was in almost all of these communities. Okay, pretty much. Not always active in all of them because like some that I prioritize, but like as someone who was interested in Gamergate to like an insane degree, which I was, uh, I did participate like in and lurk in at least a large number of different communities because I thought it was important too that we don't just be contained to a single place. I think it was important that we branch out, and so the Gamergate that that I believed in, um, that was the Gamergate. There's no like other group, right? There's different people within Gamergate who have different ideas, And like some of those people I probably disagree with. I do disagree with on like a whole host of issues. But like we put that aside and we're working on building a better gaming industry. And that sometimes that meant some different things to different people too. But like there's no like second and third group. It's just GamerGate, the people who are opposed to GamerGate, like actively working against it, like people on GamerGazi, and then there's and many people on Twitter too, like the Zack Attack group and others. Um, and then there's like third-party trolls, and then there's people who don't know about GamerGate and don't give a shit about it, right?
which is like most of society,
Yeah,
by the
like
way.
most of society, right? Like so, but like the third-party trolls, like there's probably just a few dozen people. In fact, we know who like a lot of these people were, and even the FBI apparently knows who a lot of them were. I was reading through the FBI report today.
Well, yeah, I briefly mentioned to you I'm trying to get the unredacted version of that report because the main problem is there are 61 pages redacted, and those 61 pages are the ones that would probably point to the scale of what was going on.
Oh, come on, no shot, dude. Uh, well, you talk about the 61 page. So, are you sure that there's missing stuff today? Because if you go on the FBI vault, I know the original FOIA request that people put in was shorter. There was less information in that original FOIA request than what was later released by the FBI vault. But if you go to the FBI vault and put in Gamergate, now it's like 172 pages. It's actually bigger. So maybe it's already been unredacted. I don't know. I'll link it for you if you want to take a look at it.
So I'm looking at it right now, right on the vault.fbi.gov. Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing. If you just look at the first page of the document, starting at page 54, it's all sealed pursuant to court order.
54. You said I'm on 54. I don't.
No, the very first page, the deleted page information sheet. It's the first thing that comes up.
Deleted page information sheet. Okay, so yeah, I guess there are.
You have a large portion of this still redacted.
Okay, but based on everything else that's in this report, it doesn't look like. Well, it doesn't look like one, Gamergate was a harassment campaign, uh, and two, there's actually some interesting things in here. Like the FBI, at least for a while, was considering seriously, it seemed, the idea that the harassment was coming from a community known as somethingawful.com. Are you familiar with them?
Weren't they? They were a forum.
Yeah, they still are. But
It's one of the forums that Uni originally posted put the Zoe post on.
I've heard that. I've not verified that claim specifically, but I have heard that claim. Um, it was a
It was
community.
posted on something awful and Penny Arcade, and both sites immediately banned it. He then workshopped it with some of his close personal friends, and that's when the repost happened.
Well, that's again,
Uh,
I've not verified that claim, so I can't speak to it. But I've not seen archives of this forum post on something awful or Penny Arcade. But I do, I do think it's interesting because something awful.
but if the
You know what
FBI
this
thought
is, right?
that's where it was coming from, that just speaks to how little the FBI knew about the internet at the time.
Oh no, they had actual information. They had people leaking them information, telling them that something awful, apparently, what a confidential source had revealed to them, some information regarding the something awful. But it's so heavily redacted, and we don't know too much about it. But something awful was the anti 4chan, you could say. It was a die-hard social justice community, and also where Zoe Quinn was rumored to have been a poster, much like the Aaron Joni post. Apparently, they both posted there and were members of this community. Though I've not looked into that
Well,
too much, so I've not verified that specific.
Aaron posted his ban from something awful somewhere on his blog. I remember seeing.
Maybe he did. Again, I've not looked into that specific claim, so I still don't want to can't verify for the book. But
So yeah, you're right. The only thing that you can verify is that he was banned at some point.
But it's the Something Awful community. It's a very big community. It's not one community. It's multiple communities. But goons especially, right? The goon community. They It seems like their role in this Gamergate thing has been underexplored. It seems like they might have a significant amount of overlap with the people who opposed Gamergate.
Considered before now, but it's possible.
Again, I'm not. I just find it interesting because who is harassing these people? And like apparently the FBI. I can pull up. I should probably pull up the page where they talk about Something Awful, but unfortunately you can't control F. It's the most absurd thing of all time. I swear it's in here though. I went through it all today.
It would just the thing that doesn't make sense to me is because if you're saying that Something Awful was the anti 4chan, but 4chan was. I kind of view a group on poll as like the masterminds behind the harassment campaign. So it's weird that both sites would be kind of working towards the same goal.
Well, I can't speculate as to why the Something Awful people were engaging in harassment, or even if the FBI's informant on this was correct. They could have been making it up. They could have misremembered something. Who knows? Um, but the Something
I
Awful
mean,
people.
law enforcement in general were very inept in their handling of Gamergate. They didn't have the tools
I mean, I don't know. They hunted
to.
down. They hunted down the one guy. They pretty. The kid. Or
Yeah, but ultimately there were no charges filed.
well, I mean, like, what do you got? Like, I don't know if you. I don't know if there was any actionable stuff. Like, you're assuming that there was. Like, the only actionable stuff that we know of, right, is the bomb
It's
threats.
definitely illegal to go on the internet and threaten somebody with physical harm.
Yeah, but like you're assuming that like large numbers of Gamergate people did this, and like if you look at like it doesn't seem like anybody really did this. It seemed like there were just like a small number of people. If you look at the threats that the FBI were sent by to the FBI from Anita, Zoe, Brianna, and I think Izzy Galvez sent one in too. Um, he's an anti-Gamergate. Well, he's a doxer actually. uh, he's one of the people with Zack Attack, and he worked for Zoe Quinn's organization. And he tried to dox Mombot, but he actually sent in a report as well. Um, or actually, I don't know if he sent in a report, but they included a snippet from a news article in the report that had his name in it, unredacted. But like, if you look at like these like three specific people, like, doesn't look like they got all that many death threats to begin with. And like the one guy who like did send a ton of death threats, um, the FBI estimated he sent, what was it, 40 to 50 different death threats. Um, they did talk to him. Now, apparently, he might have been a minor. I don't know if that's true, but it looks like he might have been. And he just apologized and said he wouldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if it was specifically the same person, but there was a minor that the FBI contacted, and he was aware of what he was doing, and he even said like his goal was to make specific people want to unalive themselves, but that he now realized it was it was wrong, and he would never do it again, and apparently his parents grounded him for a really long time.
Yeah, well, and like like kids are gonna be kids. I'm not saying it's good behavior. That's not really. I'm much like the FBI needs to throw the book at this kid. Um,
Yeah,
and it
no,
sounds like the
I'm not saying that
yeah.
kids need to go to jail for this, but definitely uh they need to be identified and like sat down, and this kid said he understood that it was wrong, but like, do all of the kids that participated know that? Probably not.
Well, and like that's another aspect of it too. It seems like the people who did send the death threats, well, we know who a lot of them were, right? Uh, like we know this kid. We know Avius. Avius is a troll. He was 14 years old when GamerGate started. Or well, he doesn't even know when he didn't even know what GamerGate was. But he harassed social justice warriors online um, when he was a young teen because he thought it was funny and because he was mad that he couldn't use the N word on the internet. Like him and his friend group, they sent all sorts of like really shitty messages and stuff to people, just because for the lulz because they were kids. Like literally, like that. It seems like that's a thing. Pterrodax, the troll I've interviewed in the past, he was a teenager. He was 19 when GamerGate happened, but that's still an adult, and and he just did it to fuck with people on both sides. And he didn't even I don't know if he sent death threats specifically, but he did some like really shitty stuff. Like he did fuck with Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu. He tweeted a picture of a gun at Brianna Wu. Like whatever. Like that's like it's bad. He shouldn't do that. I don't know if that rises to the level of criminal harassment. I don't know if like the government would. I don't know if that violates the law, but like he shouldn't be doing that, obviously. And then he also told social media users, and apparently some people took him up on it, according to him, that if they tweeted out or sent death threats to Zoe Quinn and blamed GamerGate for this, that he would give them Super Smash Bros. DLC codes. And apparently, according to him, some people took him up on it. I don't know if that's criminal harassment either. I don't know if that's illegal, but like obviously that shouldn't be happening. But then
There are
also,
some
who
levels of
is?
harassment that platforms can seek justice for. Like, if you call somebody the N word on Twitter, then yeah, you should get a suspension for a couple of days. But if you post pictures of somebody's house and say, "I'm coming for you, bitch," that's something that law enforcement should probably be involved with.
Yeah, well, and then like some of the so there's also this aspect too. Like we do know who was sending a large number of death threats and rape threats and pornographic photos to Anita Sarkeesian, and it was a games journalist. It was I believe his
Well,
name was Mr.
that's
Mateus. Let me.
that's unfortunate, but all of these people were also receiving a lot of threats and harassment from not just people on poll, but sock puppet accounts that they created for this purpose. So for each harasser, it wasn't just one angry message. It was, 10 to 20 messages from them and all of their sock puppets.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we do know who was harassing.
I think there's a lot of information about people who were harassers, but there are a lot more harassers who were never found out.
Maybe I
That's
wouldn't be
my
like
theory.
super shocked if that were the case.
And harassment is a thing on the internet, and doxing is a thing on the internet, and either way, it shouldn't be. I was personally doxxed, having nothing to do with GamerGate, but probably by some of the same people who would participate in GamerGate related harassment if given the opportunity.
Hang on one second. I'm trying to. Okay. Yeah, I've recently looked into this a little bit. But yeah, a lot of the threats that Anita, well, a lot of the threats that Anita Sarkeesian was receiving were coming from a specific individual by the name of Mateus Prado Sousa. I should say allegedly coming from an individual named Mateus Prado Sousa. What's interesting is this guy is a games journalist in Brazil, and he was actually exposed by GamerGate supporters who were trying to basically point out like, hey, look, this is one of the people that's harassing you, and people should contact the, you know, we want to make sure that we pass this on to authorities. They encourage people if they speak Portuguese to contact the Brazilian police, and also to make sure that like, hey, look, we don't support harassment. This is somebody who is actually doing some really bad stuff, and we want to expose that because we don't support that sort of thing. So let's see. So who's harassing Anita Sarkeesian, right? Anita Sarkeesian's own list of harassers. Turns out it's mostly not GamerGate people. In fact, it's people who've never used the hashtag before. Those are people sending her mean messages on Twitter. Then it's this Brazilian games journalist. And then who's harassing Brianna Wu? Well, it's the guy who sent her a picture of a gun. And supposedly, according to Wu, there were hundreds of posts on her Steam forum saying that she sucks and that her game sucks. Now, I don't consider people saying you suck or your game sucks to be a form of harassment, but if you want to say, okay, whatever, we'll treat it as harassment for the sake of this discussion, it doesn't seem like these posts exist.
It is harassment if it's an organized effort.
I don't. Well, it certainly doesn't rise to anything that's the legal level of harassment. That's for sure. And it doesn't seem to affect anybody in real life, and it doesn't seem to exist. And like, I don't think saying you suck or that your game sucks is harassment. I don't care if 100 people say your game sucks. You're a game developer who's released a product. Also, it's the internet. I don't care. People say I suck all the time. And
But
also, let's like,
if it's a Steam forum, it's a review. It's review bombing.
well,
That
look,
does
I
have an
don't.
impact.
What? It's not a review. It's a forum. It's different. Also, it
So
didn't exist.
these statements are not contributing to like the game's overall
Maybe. I
rating
mean,
in
like
Steam.
every single well, no, actually, because they don't exist. But uh, no, I don't think that people saying your game sucks is a form of harassment. But no, it also these posts never existed, so probably. Like we can go over the evidence on this if you want. Um, so the where I'm getting the claim that she said that hundreds of posts. So do you remember what? I'm sure you've probably seen the screenshot in the archive of Brianna Wu posting that really suspicious message on her own forums, right? The Steam forums.
Sounds familiar.
Okay. So she posted that message on there, and then where she says, "Is Brianna Wu a terrible person? GamerGate, Kotaku in action, and 8chan, knock yourselves out." Right.
Um,
Then she deletes the post, but people archived it. So she's got to come up, or so she has a story. Her story is that she did this because she wanted to guide all of the harassment in one place because she was receiving hundreds of posts on the forums saying that she sucks and that her game sucks. The only problem is there doesn't seem to have been hundreds of posts on the forums. Not even a single post on the forum saying that. And I've got the emails and stuff here. Go through it. I should have organized this better. And then also Brianna Wu's entry into the conversation. What do you think Brianna Wu's entry into the GamerGate conversation was?
I honestly don't know what place she has in the Gamergate conversation. She's not a game journalist.
Well, her entry point into the conversation is her creating a fake account. I can verify this as well. Um, Drake Harper, aka Bro Lols. She made a troll account where she pretended to support Gamergate and said a bunch of really stupid stuff. I guess to make the Gamergate people look bad. She even owns up to this later on, um, and says that she did it because it was satire, supposedly.
I mean, I've heard a lot of accusations leveled against Brianna Wu for a lot of shitty reasons. She may just be a shitty person. Um,
And then she her story about how she claimed to leave her house, that doesn't seem to be true either.
I think that was verified. Like she left her house
Well, she left her house. That's true.
at the direction of law enforcement.
She left her house. Her fleeing her home as an interesting area to explore. I didn't really want to go this route. I didn't want to explore this, but I had to as a journalist covering the story, you know. Um, but when she fled her house, she went to a pre-planned convention where she was a speaker.
I mean, that would seem like a bad idea if she's fleeing online harassers.
Well, it's also like not the story that she told the media.
I mean, I will take your word for it at this point. I don't know enough about her story specifically.
Here, we could go over the Brianna Wu Steam Greenlight
Yeah,
archive.
you're giving me a lot of stuff that I definitely need to read. I'm bad at talking and reading at the same time.
No, you're fine. I want to fact check something. We can do it live if you want. Should. Um, I want to see if there's any archives that exist of Brianna Wu's forum prior to the main archive that we have, because that could verify her story about the hundreds of posts.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm a little bit disorganized with this.
It's all good.
Okay, so let's go through together. Can I screen share with you? Let's see. Oh no, I'm gonna have to share. Oh my god.
If you screen share in Discord, it should show both to me and to the audience now.
Yeah, the problem though, unfortunately, is this very specific thing. It's that
Is it that it shows your whole
Firefox.
desktop and will see all your porn links?
It's that Firefox really hates archive.is and can't pass captchas to save its life. But
Use Firefox.
I use Firefox for my streaming stuff. I use other browsers for other stuff, but I can probably open it in Edge. So let's do the research real quick, and I'll. Okay, I'll try and screen share for you real quick, and it should share for both, right? You said so. I think that's Edge, yeah. Cool. All right, so here's her post. Is GSX head of development and noted feminist Brianna Wu a terrible person? 8chan, GamerGate, and Kotaku in action. Knock yourselves out. This was posted on February 3rd at 12. Did it go away? Oh, when I minimize, it goes away because. Or can you still see it?
Yes.
Okay. February 3rd at 12:30. Okay, that's when she made her post. Let's go through the archives of the forums. This is the very first thread, very first archive that exists on archive.is. There's 4 posts here, but take note, 12:30 p.m. That's her post. This post, you could say, is like the only piece of supporting evidence that she might have. Developer is curating the comments section, but they don't provide any examples of this, unfortunately. But they posted this in about a half hour, over a half hour, 35 minutes after her post. This was made 2 minutes later, and this was made 6 minutes. Okay. The very first post on her forums appears to have been this post. But it's possible that there were posts made before this that didn't get archived. But there's not really any evidence of this, except some people did say, I think comments are getting deleted. Um, but that was after she made her post. So are they referring to this or something else? And I don't, if there were hundreds of comments, I can't imagine that not a single evidence, not a single archive or screenshot or anything exists. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. And has Brianna Wu ever been directly asked about this?
By Stardust, yes. And Stardust, well, she didn't ask her about this specific thing, but she asked her about she asked her about her Steam Greenlight post, and her answer was that there were hundreds of posts, all saying that she's a terrible person, and or that her game is terrible. She used both. She said that I'm a terrible person or that my game is terrible. Um, you can watch the Stardust interview. I can link it to you. Here, I'll just pull it up here.
So
Instead
her
of like
claim
we
is unsubstantiated.
fought at great something. We fought at extremely high cost. This is, I'll link that here and the Discord as well. But that's her interview with Stardust where they talk about this. But her story that she gives in the interview doesn't seem to match what happened. Or, like, right, there were people saying maybe some comments got deleted. So it's possible there were a couple of posts that did get deleted. But I can't imagine that there were hundreds of posts like she was saying. And there doesn't seem to be any archives of this. And as far as I'm aware, there doesn't appear to be screenshots of these posts either, indicating that they were real. Like if this is her story about why she made the post, you would think that she would provide like screenshots or something to say, "Hey, look, this is why I made this post." Because I was receiving all these horrible messages, right?
She may not have anticipated that her word was going to be called into question to this degree, is the only thing I could think of there.
Maybe. I mean, look, that's entirely possible. Again, I'm not saying it's 100%. Like, I'm just saying it looks really suspicious.
A lot of things on both sides of this do look very suspicious.
I look, TPM. I'm dragging you down like into this really hostile territory almost. I don't even think it's hostile territory.
I don't
But-
understand where even if we are able to determine that Brianna Wu's full of shit, how that benefits Gamergate or has anything to do with journalism.
Well, I didn't think so for several years. During Gamergate, I pretty much mostly avoided talking about these three women in particular. Well, I talked about their ideas and would criticize their ideas, but I didn't like dive deep into like did Brianna Wu actually flee her home? This specific claim that she made, uh, and it looks like she went to a convention and she was like scheduled to speak at that convention and has a whole panel on the convention's website where it talks about this upcoming panel on this day that she fled her house or on this weekend that she fled her house. Um, it's just a little bit, it's like whatever, okay? Like I wanted to avoid talking about this. I really did during Gamergate. And then after when I started this project TPM, when you first met me, I never would have gone down this path at all. I never would have talked about this shit at all. I'd have been like, hey, no, look, I defended Brianna Wu a lot. I tried to be very careful in all the things that I said, and I still, I guess, try to. Um, but I think that the fact that one of the three people, at the very least, appears to have some very, very major inconsistencies in her story, and is like part of like the reason the media says that Gamergate's a harassment campaign is because they believed this story without really doing a lot of research into it or talking to a lot of people who are part of the movement. I think you would say that, right? That they didn't talk to people who supported Gamergate, right? By and large.
The general media, no, because the general media wasn't telling a story about a consumer movement. The general media was talking about a harassment story.
But they said that the harassment story was because of these GamerGaters are evil and hate women, right?
I don't know if any journalists said the
Maybe not
words
evil. Maybe
"gamergaters are
not
evil."
evil, but like, right? I mean, like, they're supposedly this is a mass campaign to harass women and drive them out of the gaming industry, and they have to flee their homes. Except that's probably not true, actually. And and there's hundreds of posts on my forum calling me a terrible person, but I can't provide a single piece of evidence to back this up. Like, it's looking kind of weird, man. I'm just saying. Like, I'm not saying
There,
that nobody harassed anybody, right? Because it's the internet, and we do know that some people did engage in harassment, right? The FBI report showed that. Um, it doesn't seem like these were GamerGate people by and large. But like, look, some people are going to be dicks. It's tens of thousands. You said yourself, at least 10,000 people were talking about this stuff. Um, so like, yeah, look, some people got some mean messages. Some people got doxxed. I got doxxed. It's horrible. Or it was pretty bad. Like, whatever. It was a decade ago. Um, and like, I'm sure Brianna Wu probably got doxxed too, right? That's how that one guy uh, called her 40 times on her phone because they got her phone number, right? That never should have happened. I agree 1,000%. Or I don't know if it was Brianna Wu specifically. They never said they redact the name. It could have been Anita, could have been Zoe, could have been Izzy Galvez. Who the fuck knows, right? But like, that shouldn't have
yeah,
happened.
no, but here's the thing: even though there are a lot of questions around the legitimacy of Wu's claims, there are verifiable claims from Sarkeesian, from Quinn, from Phil Fish, Jen Frank, Alicia Day, Dan Olson, all people that have provided receipts for the harassment they received.
I don't know if that's true either, but look, obviously it's the internet. A lot of people claim, "Oh my God, people are being mean to me. I'm a victim." That happens all the time, including to people who are, including to people who aren't, including to people who are trying to like distract from like real criticism that they're receiving. It's a common thing. In fact, H Bomber guy's video just came out. I'm not sure if you saw it, but he was talking about the YouTube plagiarism and what is it that the YouTube plagiarists are running to? These people who are stealing other people's content. They're running to, "Oh, I'm being harassed. I'm being harassed. Help me. Oh, no. No, no, the people critiquing me, they're all just a bunch of harassers. They hate me. They want to destroy my life." That's what they're saying. That's what the one guy specifically, he said it when he was talking about this. He played the victim card. And look, some people are real victims too, and like everyone is a public figure receives like some amount of like harassment on the internet. And like, that's not like a great thing, but like, whatever. We it's not like the end of the world if somebody tweets at you and says, "I'm going to kill you." Okay? It's not the end of the world. It's like not something that should happen, but like the idea that this is like a massive societal problem or some sort of like gamer terrorist group like Law and Order SVU made it out to be or whatever. Like, this is not a real thing. And like
If you're
Anita's,
making the point that gamers aren't evil, it's not my point, and I don't think it ever was.
well, you're not saying gamers are evil, but you think like GamerGate was like a really bad harassment campaign, right?
I think that there was a pre-existing harassment campaign based in hatred and vitriol that used Gamergate as a means to justify themselves. That doesn't mean there wasn't your side of Gamergate that had legitimate concerns. It just means that your side of the movement was used by the other side of the movement to hide behind.
It just seems like your argument relies heavily on this idea of there being like the dual face of Gamergate. On the like, it seems like that's like the idea, right? That there's like the GamerGate people you see on the internet and in real life, and they have meetups and they go to conventions together and they're doing live streams and they're talking on Twitter and forums, and then there's like the secret dark GamerGate, and these are the people out there trying to drive women out of their homes and like destroy their lives because they hate women. But I'm not
I think
convinced that this secret GamerGate really exists.
I don't think it's so much a secret Gamergate as a much more right wing, much more ideologically extreme uh, group within Gamergate that was simultaneously part of Gamergate and part of their little ideological bubble. And in some areas, it overlapped with the things Gamergate was saying. And it definitely doesn't help the optics um, based on some of the choices that Gamergate means. Like specifically, you mentioned Gamergate meetups in real life. If Gamergate was not about attacking Zoe Quinn, why did some of those meetups happen at Five Guys intentionally?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think most of them did. I organized a bunch of them myself, and there were a bunch of them across the country, and most of them didn't take place at restaurants like that. I don't know if a single one did. Maybe one in the UK? Question mark. I'm not sure. But there were like hundreds of meetups across the country, probably. Oh, not hundreds, but like probably like 60 or 70. So I would be like super surprised if that happened. But also, like, who cares? Like, people have different ideas about the whole. They probably thought it was going to be fucking hilarious, and like it is kind of funny. Um, and like I don't. I've when I first started this, I was like, oh, the Burgers Price chat room, like, oh, that's like the real evil shit, dude. Like but like not really. Like if you go through the logs of the chat room and stuff, it's like a bunch of like dude bros and people who like some people cared about ethics and like some people were there because they cared about the drama. It was a drama chat room. The owner of the chat room himself even says this. And some of the people there probably don't like um, infidelity, and some of the people there don't like don't like slutty behavior, and they're socially conservative. Um, okay, so what? What are you going to do about that? Some people are socially conservative on the internet. Some people are socially conservative in real life. That's fine. Like, so what? And it doesn't seem like they largely like did a lot of bad harassment stuff. It seemed like they pretty much didn't. They mostly just like talked about shit there. And like one guy said that he hopes she kills herself. And like he shouldn't have said that. But that's like, so what? Like the one guy at in a pseudonymous IRC chat room said that this woman should kill herself. Like that's probably not even harassment. Um, and then one guy allegedly said, I haven't verified this claim yet, so I'll give you the charity and say it's probably true, whatever. One guy supposedly said that uh, that people should dress up in costumes, Burgers and Fries employee uniforms, and follow her at conventions. But apparently, other people shot him down on that. But I've not verified that specific claim. That's what something that Dydrin said in his interview.
So I have the Burgers and Fries IRC logs in front of me, and I just did a word search uh, for anything containing sentences containing Zoe Quinn and the thing I can't say on YouTube. And there are 925 mentions just of that concept alone.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go through like the whole thing, but
Just pull up the logs and Control F.
uh but also the Burgers and Fries chat room at its height was like 150 people maybe, pretty small. But also like again, I Burgers and Fries IRC chat.
I can link the logs if you need it.
Dydrin linked to them to me a long ass time ago, but yeah, if you don't mind, are they the full logs?
They are at least a significant portion. Um, wow, this thing is so big it's like freezing my web browser occasionally. It starts at August 18th around 17:30, 2014, and it runs all the way to September 6th of the same year.
Okay, so like a 4 week period or something roughly.
Yeah, something like that. It ends right around the time the person identifying themselves as Zoe is speaking in the chat. So the assumption is that at this point this room closed and they reformed someplace else.
If you just want to post it in general.
Okay.
Thank you.
But this whole thing is a freaking cesspool, man. You can word search just about any fucking terrible thing you can imagine, and it's all over the place.
Well, hang on. I don't. Are these the? Well, it probably is. Hang on, it's still loading. But yeah, it's a 4chan IRC chat room. Like, what do you expect?
What do I expect is better from humanity?
Well, you're going to be very disappointed throughout your whole life then. There's billions of
I don't
people on
know.
this planet,
I don't know if
and
that's
this is like
necessarily
pretty
true.
pretty
I
tame.
think every step we take that moves people away from hatred is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, like the reality is, it's a drama IRC chat room, and people are being people. Like, I'm not saying that like
Yep.
people should rise above things like drama, but like, and some of them did, but like, and we're there for like other reasons. But people are always gonna be like interested and excited about shit that happens. Like right now, the big thing in my world, my streaming world, the political streamer world, everyone's obsessed with Destiny and Melina's big breakup. It's like it's an obsession. Like people, there's right now, I just got a notification on my phone from 36 minutes ago, from someone who's going to be covering that. Yep. Watch
Way
live
out of the loop
now.
with
Oh no,
streamer
they started
drama.
2 hours ago, I guess actually. Watch live now. Um, Title: Food shops. Destiny slash Melina divorce drama coverage. I just got a notification on my phone from that 2 hours ago. Um, because that's how people are.
Yeah, I don't personally
Hang on, I
like
put Zoe
these.
Quinn's suicide in. I didn't get anything. I see one. I see. Hang on, it's still loading. I see there's 97 mentions of suicide in this chat room, and that is um one person's talking about suicide, but it's not in a context of hoping that she kills herself. The next one is someone who's concerned that she might kill herself, because one person says that she's a professional victim, and someone says, yeah, but what if she kills herself, or what if she suicides? Someone else says that someone else, they're talking about a guy. They say he committed employment suicide. That doesn't seem like a bad reference. Someone else is talking about how someone's false flagging by using the word suicide, by using suicide rhetoric, with this ridiculously over the top B tier raid to suicide rhetoric. Dydrin says there's no way to force a suicide ending, even if you pick all the shittiest options. Oh, she's talking about the game in this case, because he says that's the biggest joke of all in Depression Quest. Then someone else says he suicided, but it looks like they're talking about Phil Fish's career in the context. Um, then someone makes a joke about Islamic terrorists using suicide vests. Someone's talking about credibility suicide. I don't think that's not calling for suicide necessarily.
This search is so slow, but you've got August 21st, 1748-51. Other gentleman is the username. she can't even into depression. What makes you think she has the balls to? You can fill in the end of that sentence.
Okay. So yeah, like that doesn't sound like a very nice thing. Um, or well, like I'd have to see the full context because like it could be innocuous in and of itself. But like even like I even admit like one of the people definitely said that. I think it was just well I don't want to say his name because I don't know for sure if it was that user, but I'm pretty sure I know who it was. I felt like suicide. I keep using the word. I shouldn't use the word on YouTube probably. Um,
Yeah, you might already
oh,
have gotten
so
yourself
it's
demonetized.
they're talking about the game again. Well, I'm not monetized yet anyway on YouTube, so whatever. Then someone else is encouraging another user not to kill themselves. I guess they were going through a dark time or something. Um, oh no, and then one other person, other gentleman, yeah, he says just do it. The other gentleman, I do say he does say that, but he's not talking about Quinn, right? He's talking about August 22nd. He's talking about another user, isn't he? He's talking about.
Try to get back to August 22nd.
But I don't think he's talking about Quinn specifically. I think he's talking about another user killing themselves in Minecraft. Then another person talking about how statistically men commit suicide at higher rates. Or sorry, self-deletion. And women do commit more suicide, have more suicide attempts than other user says. The 16th out of 97 references to suicide. I'll just say it. I don't care. To suicide is an email address that contains suicide in the email.
Oh, I didn't even see this until I changed the search term.
Another is another.
Right after that statement that I pointed out on August 21st. Another guy goes, I kind of just want to make her life irreparably miserable at this point. Another user does the arrows pointing up, like to show agreement.
Was
And another guy chimes in and says, well, what if she unalives? He used a different word. And the first guy goes, good. Then we get to troll hashtag remember Zoe.
unalive. Does it have a hyphen in it?
No, I didn't search for unalived. I searched for the S word. And that exchange is the second time the word appears.
You said hashtag remember Zoe?
Yeah. The responder basically saying if she goes through with it, then they get to troll the hashtag.
Yeah. Yeah. OP. His username. Jesus. I can't even say that on YouTube. Jesus. Well, I mean, I probably could actually, because I don't think YouTube cares about that as much. It's just that one specific word you can't say ever under any circumstances. But yeah, no, I mean, look, you got a guy here who said something that he definitely shouldn't have,
I mean,
or maybe it
I
was just an
think,
edgy joke.
think
It
you
could be
can,
too. But like,
I think
this
you
isn't
can get
harassment.
past. It's not harassment, but it's people openly discussing the fact that this is what they want. This is their goal.
Yeah, maybe this person does want her to die. And or maybe I just hope she kills herself. And obviously, or maybe it's a super edgy joke because he says, "Didn't we get to?" It's like that is a kind of a funny joke. Okay, that's like super edgy, over the line joke humor. Like it is pretty funny.
The problem with super edgy humor is when you have a group of people who don't think like that, and then the one guy making the edgy joke, people assume it's bullshit because it's such an extreme thing, and everybody agrees that, an example, if somebody says Nazis are bad, that's an apolitical statement because everybody has agreed Nazis are bad. But if somebody says Nazis are good, that person is probably just telling an edgy joke. And more times than not, they're not kidding.
Yeah, I just look. Maybe it's because I come from the old internet. This is an IRC chat room. Like this isn't a speech by the president of the United States or someone running for Congress or like the CEO of a company even or even like someone posting on Twitter. Right? This is an IRC chat room. Like this is this is about as like deep into like the internet as you could possibly get before you like hit like Usenet. Like this is the fact that we have logs from an IRC chat room from a decade ago is like kind of impressive in and of itself, actually. But this is where people are mostly anonymous or pseudonymous, um, and they can say whatever the fuck they want, and there's pretty much no moderation except for whatever the server happens to have, whatever the specific channel is. And that's how a lot of people like the internet. They like this pseudonymous internet. They like the anonymous internet. And we have presidential candidates like Nikki Haley talking about getting rid of all anonymity online or on social media. And people are concerned about stuff like this. They are. And look, I'm not saying that this that he should have made this joke or whatever it is. I don't know this guy. I don't really give a shit what he says or said 10 years ago in an IRC chat room. Um, but it's an IRC chat room. And like it seems like pretty tame actually. The fact that we've like gone through suicide over and over and over again, and we've not gone through every result, but we've gone through 16 of the results, and it seems like most of them are like pretty normal stuff.
There's a lot of other problematic shit in this chat, and you're right. It is mostly private chat room between people who mostly share the same ideas, just kind of hashing it out. It's a space where they feel comfortable saying the quiet parts out loud that they weren't saying on the public forums.
Well, this was before like there were any public forums, but I don't know if that's like it is a public space in the sense that it's a public facing IRC chat room, but it's an IRC chat room.
August 18th was before GamerGate, but it was after the conspiracy.
Yeah, but there weren't like really forums for the conspiracy stuff. Like I guess there technically were a couple, but they never became anything. Like there were like a subreddit that someone made, but it was never like used. It was just like somebody claimed the subreddit because anyone could make a subreddit. But like look, I just don't
excuse me for the
see.
coughing. I'm still getting over being
Yeah.
sick.
Oh, you're fine. It just seems
I
like
mean,
this is the smoking gun that like the anti-Gamergate people like to like say is a smoking gun, and like I
the real
don't.
smoking gun would be screenshots from poll, but unfortunately, there isn't a lot of that surviving.
Well, look, there were people in poll who were involved in this. I don't think I've ever denied that.
But the people who would have, made screenshots and kept a record of harassment being planned weren't there yet because it hadn't started yet. I wish we had those screenshots. Those would go a long way. But we do have screenshots of stuff like, what was that email campaign called? Operation something? Disrespectful Nod.
Disrespectful nod.
That idea came from Paul.
Yeah, maybe. Look,
Uh,
good ideas
I'm
can
not,
come
I'm
from
not,
anywhere.
I'm not saying
But also, I'm
not
not sure
saying
if that claim is
Disrespectful
true
Nod
that
was
it came from poll or not. Because I know a lot of people were talking about um, email campaigns as like a general idea for like quite a while before I think they actually started up.
I'm looking for the actual screenshot.
But like, yeah, look, people from poll were involved in the early days of Gamergate. I've never denied that at all as a historical fact, though it's like a pretty small number of people actually. And like, who cares? Like, again, Gamergate was a big tent. It brought together all sorts of people from the far left to the center left to the center right to the far right to the politically disengaged to libertarians to everybody. There were people all over the political spectrum with this Gamergate stuff, and who had very very different views and probably very different personality types and never would have gotten along with each other at all. But they came together because they cared about this specific thing. And then they came apart. And then that's why there is no GamerGate anymore because they all went their separate ways. They went their separate directions. They had their own different ideas. They came together for a few years, and then they went their separate ways.
I just think it's a stretch to say that of the great pool of people that is Gamergate, that the majority cared more about ethics than they did about either drama or making insert internet celebrities' life hell. I just think there was more of the latter than the former.
Yeah, I don't think so, and I don't think that also, like, we're also there's this weird dichotomy, and I've noticed this before. Ninetales says this too, actually. Like, oh, Tachyon, when I talk about GamerGate, I'm not talking about you ethics people. I'm talking about the people who didn't like social justice warriors. And it's like, well, like, don't misunderstand me. I think that that's part of GamerGate too. Like, I think
Yeah,
that I
so you take
well, like to an
Gamergaters
extent,
that
like
care
depending,
about
like
journalism ethics and people that personally hate Zoe Quinn, and there's gonna be some overlap in the goals.
no, it's not. Look, it's so many different things. Like, it's not just ethics, right? And and I don't think that, like, there doesn't appear to be a large amount of evidence, or like any, like, really any evidence, that there was like a major attempt by GamerGate people to harass anybody. In fact, we know how many GamerGate people engaged in harassment on Twitter. Like, we have like pretty good data on this.
Uh, well, pretty good data. This is one that I can actually sort of move towards debunking. Are you talking about Newsweek or the Wham study?
Well, they both have very similar results. But
And they were both extremely flawed.
which one in particular do you want to go through first?
We can start with Newsweek.
Okay. Well,
So what
I'm not going
Newsweek
to
did
defend. I don't
was
defend the Newsweek study, to be clear, because like I think that it's interesting data, but I don't think that they did a good job in how they presented it, and I don't think they should have shown the full data set, and we don't know how they define harassment. My personal view is that I always point this out when I talk about it. I don't think it's like the world's greatest data at all. We don't know that much about it, but please go ahead.
we can talk about the Wham study instead. Women action in the media.
Yeah, they looked at the. You say that the 5 core players of GamerGate, the block list people, you say that they were like the really bad guys, but apparently like only 0.66% of the people who followed anyone on this account, or 2 people on this account, um, on this list, are evil. Or only 0.66%
So
of them had engaged in harassment, according to Twitter reports that Twitter had received from Women Action, that Women Action Media had access to.
So that's only part of the story. So what Wham did was for 2 weeks in November of 2014, anyone on Twitter who sent an abuse report to staff could optionally send their report to Wham. Um, and Wham would vet it and then escalate it if necessary. Wham then recorded the nature of the report and whether or not Twitter acted on it. They then released their data the following May. And they found that there was a disparity on Twitter's part responding to particular types of harassment. They did acknowledge that Gamergate was happening during the study, and compared their data with Randy Harper's GG Auto Blocker. They found that 12% of the reports they handled were accounts blocked by GGAB. As for the 0.66% claim, it's an underestimation and a complete misuse of statistics. According to their calculations, 12% of Wham's data is 65 accounts, and those 65 accounts do account for 0.66 of the GGAB list. However, Wham only analyzed a small fraction of Twitter harassment. The survey only lasted 2 weeks, and contribution was optional. So it could be argued that a lot of the harassment didn't even make their cut. Claiming that the 65 accounts represent the full extent of Gamergate harassment is incredibly disingenuous at this point.
No, I don't think so. I think that that's quite an accurate reading. Now, look, is it like the world's greatest data? No, but in terms of getting data on stuff like this, I think it's pretty solid. And it is 0.66%. It was 65 individual accounts out of the nearly 10,000 accounts.
Right. So in the spans of 2 weeks,
Was it 2 weeks or was it
six.
quite longer? Let's see. One of the studies looked at it for like a month and a half, and then I don't remember which one it was. I'm going through it right now.
Wham's study was 2 weeks in November.
November 6th to December 27th, actually. So
Sorry, say that again.
November 6th to it's Appendix 1 Data Methods and Limitations. November 6th to December 27th. So about 2 months almost. That's at page 49, Appendix 1. It's at the very top of the start of Appendix 1.
I am getting web server is down for the Women in Action Media report.
Oh, hang on. Do I need to? Sorry, I thought you were looking at it. Here we go.
Okay, archive. And what page did you say that was?
Appendix 1, I think it was 40 something. 49. So almost 2 months. This report makes use of full data from what the WAM authorized reporting period of November 6th to December 27th, 2014, including 811 submissions via WAM Twitter reporting tool, 640 tickets within WAM's ticketing system for handling and incoming reports, and 185 messages received from Twitter in association with cases escalated by WAM to Twitter.
All right, so I might have mixed up 2 weeks with 2 months. It's still a very small sample size.
I don't know if you're looking at it over a period of 2 months or even 2 weeks, right? Because remember, the claim isn't that like, oh, a couple GamerGate people went too far and sent some mean tweets, right? That's not the claim, really. The claim is that GamerGate is a harassment campaign. That's the claim. So whether you look at it for 2 weeks or 2 months, it doesn't seem like it would make big of a difference. Because if GamerGate were a harassment campaign, you'd think that would show up in the data. That it would be like some insanely high number, not less than a single percentage point, regardless if it's a 2 week period or a 2 month period.
So you're still based on optionally submitted data.
Look, that because Twitter, yeah, sure, it's not like the world's greatest, but like they have. I mean, look, I think it's pretty good actually. I think it's like
So
pretty decent.
there are a couple of things. By November 2014, most of the people receiving harassment on Twitter specifically had probably been through many rounds of reporting it to Twitter and having nothing happen. So there's going to be a large selection of tweets that are just never reported. Then, out of the ones that are reported, submitting the report to WAM was optional. But something that WAM did discover that I think is interesting is there were around 288 million users on Twitter at the time. So the GG auto blocker list represents 0.004% of the population on Twitter overall. Yet somehow Gamergate represented 12% of the total tweets that were reported to WAM.
Yeah, I don't think that's like, well, what I don't think that is like data that we could use to determine, like, anytime you talk about controversial issues on Twitter, you're gonna get like insanely tons and tons and tons of hate. And two, I think that like you're probably like incentivized in a certain way to, well, first of all, you're incentivized a number of different ways, right? The pro Gamergate people are incentivized to show that they're doing a good job of condemning harassment and reporting it. And we had the active GamerGate anti-harassment patrol actively doing that, including hunting down that guy in Brazil, the games journalist who was harassing Anita Sarkeesian, um, and other people as well, like Avius and Pterodax and people like that. And then so they're mass reporting stuff too. And then at the same time, you have it's a feminist group conducting research. And so when people see the box, do you want to submit this to Women Action Media? Um, Probably you're going to get like a certain selection bias of like who's going to check that box. But at the end of the day, we're also only talking about 65 accounts.
Right, but the argument I'm making here is what the WAM study found is not definitive in either direction. It's not really telling us anything.
Well, I think it tells us quite a bit. And remember, the onus is on the person making the accusation that GamerGate's a harassment campaign to demonstrate that. The onus isn't on me to prove our innocence, quote unquote.
I'm sorry, but where does the onus fall on a victim of harassment to prove to you, random guy on the internet, that they were harassed?
Well, I'm not asking them to prove to me, but if you're going to make claims to the media, like, yeah, you should like demonstrate that. Yes, I think you do have like a moral. I was talking with Counterpoints about this. Brianna Wu's co-host for her podcast, um, and yeah, she does have like people do have an obligation to be honest in the things that they say. I think, especially when they're making very serious accusations against people, including communities of people. I think that you do have an obligation to be factually accurate and to be honest and to present your case forward. If you want to make public claims, that's going to require public evidence. Now, if you want to pursue private claims, that's a whole separate thing. But even then, like in private claims, as in what, going to the police, suing somebody, whatever it happens to be. Public actions as well. We have public courtrooms in this country. If you sue somebody because you think that they're harassing you, or if you have charges brought against somebody because you think that they're harassing you, that also is public information in a free society.
Right, but the people victimized in this case, they don't have a list of names of people that are targeting them. What they're up against is not so much individuals. What they're up against is an idea. They're up against an idea that is uh, inspiring acts of harassment and impacting them in a way that law enforcement is unable to provide relief.
Yeah, I mean, I don't I don't support like any sort of like people doing bad stuff. But like what if you're making claims though, you should provide like evidence to back these claims up. And like yeah, you should. Like Brianna Wu's case would be so much stronger if like we had some indication that these hundreds of posts that she said were harassing her actually existed. Especially when she's accusing specific people or specific group of people in particular, the GamerGaters, of making these
She
posts.
Brianna Wu didn't post the screenshots, but I know for a fact Zoe did. And for a long time, Anita was posting
Well,
screenshots.
but again, like the evidence that they showed wasn't from GamerGate people. Like Anita Sarkeesian's list of harassers. Not a single person on that list seemed to be a GamerGate person. I know because we went through all of their accounts. And Sargon even did a video at the time, actually, going through all of the accounts and to see how many of them supported GamerGate. And look, like 2 of them had tweeted out the hashtag one time. It was like 2 or 3 maybe. I think it was 2. So if you want to call that person a GamerGate person, say anyone who's ever used the hashtag ever support is a GamerGate person. I guess you could use that argument. QQ might like go with that argument actually, but the vast majority of them didn't even do that. It seems like you were right when you hit in at something earlier. You said something earlier. You said that they're not against the people; they're against an idea. I think that there's maybe something to that. And that is the problem. It seemed like to me, and maybe I'm becoming like way more radicalized on this than you'd think, but not really. I just think the evidence is like pointing in one direction, so I'm leaning in that direction, which I've tried to be super fair in the book, but I think the truth I think the truth isn't really in the middle between the pro and anti-Gamergate people. I think the truth is much more about this specific area. Like, you can disagree with Gamergate, you can dislike Gamergate, you could think that their arguments about creative freedom are stupid, you could think that games journalism doesn't really matter. But like on the harassment, or you could even think that like Milo had a bigger impact on Gamergate and like on the alt right pipeline or whatever. You can even think that like more than I or other people I've interviewed think. Like that's like all fine, whatever. But like the harassment claim specifically, like that's not really that's not really true. Like I really do feel that way. I really do. But it was about, I think, shutting down this idea. I think that a lot of the the games journalists didn't like that people were criticizing them, and I think that a lot of the people who claim that Gamergate was harassing them, I think that they have a like social justice far left ideology, and like that's fine, whatever. Well, like, Brown and Wu's not really far left, but like the far left on social issues ideology,
Yep.
and like so do the games journalists, and like that's fine. They're entitled to their opinion, whatever. I don't care. I want a diversity of voices, a diversity of perspectives, and I want to include their perspective as well in the gaming industry, in the gaming community, in gaming discussions, in politics. I'm very much a pluralist in how I approach politics. Uh, but it seems like a lot of these people aren't actually. Like that is like I think the fundamental problem. Like they did want to shut down an idea. They think that the gamer gators had ideas that they thought were bad. And so they said, you know what, fuck it. These people are a bunch of harassers. And like you can always find evidence of like one or two people on Twitter who went too far. So like whatever, we'll run with it. And then they did demonize the Gamergate people as being harassers, in part because they want to cover up like their own corruption in the games journalism, and in part because they have this like ideological bias, and in part because they don't really like the term gamer identity, and they think that there are issues with gaming culture, but like rather than address those in like a nuanced and like sophisticated way, they just want to like go about it in like the world's dumbest way possible with these fucking articles. And like the burgers and fries stuff does look pretty bad actually. It doesn't look great, and so like whatever, we'll just say fuck it. The Gamer Gators are a bunch of misogynistic harassers who hate women, want to drive them out of the industry, and like if it's true or not, who really cares? Because what matters is that these people with these bad ideas who don't like our social justice project or who are calling us out or whatever it happens to be, like their agency doesn't really matter to us. And like if we fuck up their movement, like who cares? I think that that's basically what happened. And like the mainstream media didn't really do any research into this at all. And like some of those people are biased too, but like I think some of them also are just like super lazy. And they just went with whatever the games press said.
There's, I think the thing I'm trying to point out here is not so much that everyone in Gamergate is a harasser, everyone in Gamergate is responsible for harassment. It's more that, so imagine you have a Venn diagram. One of the circles represents Gamergate, and the other one represents people who hate women. And all I'm saying is that there are some people who do exist in the center of that Venn diagram, and that Gamergate itself, seeing as it did generate from a you know it generated from the conspiracy. That's where it came from. It created a environment that was very conducive to people in that I hate women circle of the Venn diagram to pull people from the other circle into the middle.
Yeah, I guess I just don't. I don't think that there really were that many people who hated women in Gamergate. And I think if people saw that sort of language, they would criticize it as a general matter. In fact, like there was one guy who did hate women, right? I'm not sure I should say his name, but he did an interview with David Pakman, and large numbers of GamerGate people um, were like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what the fuck, dude? This guy's like an actual misogynist." Or like he was saying some sexist stuff at the very least. I don't know. I don't know enough about his specific views or remember them well enough to definitively say this person hates women necessarily. But like he was saying some pretty sexist stuff at the very least. Um, and this was a guy that nobody had heard of. And I look at the comments, people were calling him out. People were calling him out on Reddit. People were calling him out on Twitter. Even David Pakman himself said, "I received a lot of emails from people saying that you don't represent their movement." But I feel like it's important for me to interview you anyway. And that's fine. I think that that's good that David Pakman wanted to try and find one person who actually was a misogynist and like interview that person because he thought that it's part of the story. And that's fine. As a journalist, I understand that. I interviewed fucking people I don't agree with on a lot of stuff. I do that all the time as part of this project and just in general. Because I hear out of what you do too, right? Well, you don't really interview people, but like yeah. Like, but those, but like again, it's like super, super duper fucking rare. I think if I can find somebody who like hates women in GamerGate, like super fucking rare, dude. I really do think that. And like, there were tons of women who supported GamerGate, and who were like playing. Like, there were no leaders, of course, but like who were like pretty high up in like well-respected positions and like you could say like leadership positions within the movement. Like insofar as anyone was a leader, which there weren't any. That was our idea at the time. Like yeah, it just I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. And I think that you said yourself, what, 10,000 people? Let's say that that's right. 10,000 people talking
It's
about
definitely a ballpark estimate.
yeah. Like let's say roughly somewhere. I mean, it could be more. I mean, it depends on what the fuck do you consider someone who supports GamerGate, right? Because like I encountered this even in real life too. Um, like, is anybody who has seen a video or read an article about this and thought, you know what, maybe the GamerGate people, I like those people. I agree with them. Is that a GamerGate person? I don't fucking know. Or is it only people who tweeted about it on Twitter? But what about people who posted on like on Space Battles or GamerGate HQ or V or Kia or GG Discussion? What about those people? Or is it anybody who talked about Gamergate during this period of time between like, I don't know, when? What period of time? 2014 to 2016, 2017? I think like most people would say at least 2017. But like from there it gets really fuzzy because like after 2017 there weren't really that many people talking about this anymore. There were a couple people like myself, but we were a very small group. And then even to this day, right, there's people who are talking about it in theory. Like they don't really do much, it doesn't seem. But like, there's people in theory talking about this stuff on V to this day. There's still a V mega thread. So like, is Gamergate still happening? I don't fucking know. It's all very amorphous and loose around the edges, and like, it's difficult to determine what the fuck this is. Like, if you say that everybody who has like some sympathy with Gamergate and thinks that like maybe they got misrepresented or maybe they had some good ideas is a Gamergate person, you're probably talking about like millions of people on this planet, maybe tens of millions, maybe even like over 100 million, because like this thing was global. But again, how the fuck do you define this stuff? I don't know. Um,
So the
but it's a
question that I'm
huge thing.
hearing in what you're saying is what is a gamergater? And I think the answer to that question is honestly, um, gamer gamergater is an identity. Anybody who perceives themselves as a gamergater is probably a gamergater. Um, what that means in practice is somebody who, read something or several things about this and decided, yeah, there's a problem in games journalism.
Well, it's
That,
interesting you say that too, because like half the people, well, I don't know about half, but like a lot of the people in Gamergate, including who I've interviewed, they specifically say that they don't like the term Gamergater, they don't like the term pro Gamergate, they don't view Gamergate as a movement at all. In fact, some of them say that Gamergate for them is just a hashtag, and they're just a person who tweeted on that hashtag to share more information with other people who they thought might find it interesting. And that's what Gamergate was. Like, like some people define Gamergate that way, and I don't think that's like a horrible way to do it. Um, and like people said that at the time too. There was very much a debate within Gamergate, whatever the fuck that means. But like there was a debate about should people use the pro Gamergate label or the Gamergate supporter or Gamergater or anything like that. There very much was like was and still is to this day like divided opinions on that. So uh, like would you so if we adopt the definition of only people who call themselves Gamergaters or consider themselves that internally at least are Gamergate people, then like we're cutting out like a huge number of people who like were active participants.
I mean, maybe, but I could safely call those people if they acted in support of Gamergate. Um, I would call them Gamergaters as well. Um, I mean, a turtle is still a turtle, even if it thinks it's a rabbit.
Yeah, I don't want to get too semantical, and I think that like you can probably like I think that somebody who talks about Gamergate a lot is a Gamergater, I guess you could say. Like if you want to like define that, or like talks about it in like a specific way though, right? Because like Brianna Wu talks about Gamergate a lot. I don't think people would call her a Gamergater, um, but like talks about it in a way where they think like maybe there's something positive here. They're positive about it. Um, Maybe that's the thing. Talks about it in a positive light on a repeated basis, or maybe even just once. I don't know.
There's a very large overlap in identities that represent the total sum of each individual Gamergater. Um, and I think that Gamergate is a conglomeration of a lot of different conversations that should be happening in much smaller groups, and in some cases in much more private forums. Um, Gamers should sit down and talk about, um, you know, their response to um, trends in gaming, how they feel about it, and what they want to see in the future moving forward. Um, Gamers and games journalists also need to have a conversation about ethics. Gamers and feminist media critics need to have a conversation about, much of the same analysis of games that gamers are having amongst themselves. Um, and I think if we were able to focus more strategically on those conversations, it would do a lot to drown out the conversations we shouldn't be having, which are the conversations with misogynists, the conversations with actual um, ideologues of hate, um, because these are conversations that they would have no place in.
Dude, I gotta say, man, dude, the metrics on this video are so fucked, dude. We've got
What do you
nobody
mean?
in chat. We've got like almost no views. I think doing it the way I did it, I think it fucking killed this shit, dude. When I rated from the Lynn Walsh interview, so so there are those of you who are watching, those like 0 people now. Like, dude, it went down to 0. Like, dude, it's got 9 views the whole video. This never happens. I think I fucked up the subscription feed or something. It's not recommending the video to anybody. I also didn't shill this out to be clear too, but like because I did the Lynn Walsh interview and I promoted that on Twitter and on other places, Mastodon, whatever. And then I raided into this second undone video, and then I canceled the first live stream, and then I started the second live stream almost immediately after. But it fucked up YouTube, dude. It's not recommending the video to anybody. I don't know. It, I maybe I shouldn't do that in the future. I mean, I don't plan on scheduling them back to back like this in the future, but like this seems like a horrible way to go about it. Like, dude, you know, like
Maybe I don't
I'm
know.
not like the I'm
See
not a
see
big
what happens with the views after the fact, because
yeah, but like
isn't
we've
that
got
still a
like
thing that
nobody,
matters?
dude. Like we got 9 views, dude, on this stream so far. Like that never happens. Like you know me, I'm not a big streamer or anything, but like I can generally pull like an audience and pull a chat and pull, but dude, like it's I maybe it's because I did it that way. Oh man, I just anyway. Well, dude, I'll get off topic. I'm sorry. I can take that off of the book. I don't know. Anyway, dude, uh, those of
Yeah,
you.
I might edit that part out of my repost.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're welcome to repost, of course, 1,000%. I do want to say though too. Uh, we're not going through the normal question list, really. We can touch on some of them if you want, but for the
Yeah,
audience,
I was gonna say we should probably hit some of your questions just so we make sure we get them out of the way before we wrap up.
well, do we? I thought this interview and the Ninetales one too would be different because the anti-Gamergate people I've interviewed, they opposed Gamergate as it was happening, like actively did so. They were actively debating people about this on a regular basis, and talking about Gamergate as it happened. Like Hannah Zamora made a video criticizing Gamergate. Miss Sonata would join people in the debate community on the streamer community and debate people like me on live streams at the time. And Cardholder Joe debated people on the subreddits, the debate subreddits, and so did Bashfluff. And Bashfluff was a moderator of the debate subreddits. Like, these are people who did stuff during Gamergate and opposed it. Like, they were like active participants in the Gamergate thing, just in an oppositional
Yeah,
role.
my involvement with GamerGate was only in a read only capacity.
Well, there was one thing. Well, you told me that in private, though. I don't. You said you tweeted about it once, right?
I may have tweeted about it casually. I don't remember, and I don't have the same Twitter account I had back then.
Okay. Yeah, and like, yeah, so like, I am treating this interview a bit different. And I think I told you that beforehand too that I would, right? I'm pretty
You
sure
might
we
have
talked
mentioned,
about
yeah,
this. That like, I don't think I said specifically how I'm going to go about doing it, but I think I said that like I don't know if the normal format's going to work.
yeah. My perspective it's a lot more specialized than some of the other people you've interviewed because I'm specifically looking at people that use movements like GamerGate for a goal. And that's where I'm coming from the get go. And if at least one person did that, then my theory is correct.
Okay. Well,
Um,
I'm sure more than one person did that,
yeah,
especially since like people had multiple different diverse goals too.
yeah.
Uh,
The people that I'm really concerned about, my boogeyman, are the people who want to generate lone wolf violent actors, and GamerGate's the kind of place that they try to do that.
yeah. Well, I don't think that really happened. Oh, I know
You
what you're
got
gonna
the
bring
guy that
up.
showed up.
You're gonna bring up.
He said it was because of GamerGate.
No, he did not say it was because of Gamergate. Let's be very clear. Okay,
He
so this
was
this
quoted as saying this directly
no, he's
to.
not. Let's go through what he so he said. So okay, this guy, David DePepe. Nobody in Gamergate knows who this guy is. We've talked about the news article that came out since, but IGN and a couple of other places claim that this guy uh, may have been involved in Gamergate in some capacity. And let's go over like the specific evidence, right? So he says that he was radicalized by YouTubers, 3 YouTubers in particular. Jimmy Dore, a far left YouTuber, um, Glenn Beck, a far right YouTuber, or like I don't know if he's like far right. I don't know if like they're both like right wing, left wing people, whatever. And then James Lindsay, who I don't know, he's some random dude. None of these 3 people were Gamergate people. None of these 3 people supported Gamergate or even appeared to have talked about it. In fact, James Lindsay did tweet about Gamergate years later as like a retrospective. he talked about it a few times in like a past tense sense, like, oh hey, Gamergate was this thing that happened, but he never talked about it as it happened, apparently. And then Glenn Beck was actually opposed to video games. He thought that video games promoted real world harm. Which, like, whatever. That's like a view he held in like 2012. I don't know if he still holds that view.
So,
And
according
then,
to the BBC, his testimony in court over the course of more than an hour that he was giving testimony, he said that in the course of looking up information about video games, he became interested in Gamergate, which he described as an anti-feminist campaign that targeted prominent women in the gaming world, and that it was something that he became interested in, and that led him to listening to right-wing podcasters and watching political YouTube videos through the Breitbart connection.
well, hang on. I don't
And
think he ever talked about any of that stuff. I'm going off the IGN article.
according to BBC, this was said in court.
No. What I think what was said is that he watched videos that were critical. He said Gamergate was how I first found out about conservatism or whatever. But he defines Gamergate as he watched a couple of videos. Like, literally, if you look at like what was said in the articles, he says that he watched a couple of videos criticizing Anita Sarkeesian. And then that led him to discover conservative, or not even conservative, because he discovered like Jimmy Dore too, who's like super far left.
Yes.
But he discovered Jimmy Dore and Glenn Beck and James Lindsay, three people who never even talked about Gamergate, through them, and then he became radicalized over time because of content that he was consuming from them.
Yeah, he got into the anti-woke pipeline, which led him into QAnon.
Yeah, and then look, this is also a guy who's like mentally ill probably too, so we should probably point that out. But like, there's like no evidence that he actually did anything in Gamergate or even like supported it. The only evidence there is that he watched a couple of videos maybe about it, and like videos about Anita Sarkeesian specifically.
Yeah, the claim here is not that that this guy was a gamergater and went out and did violence. It's that Gamergate was one of the things that he claims like was his entryway to the pipeline.
Yeah, and maybe like, dude, look, so, look, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I think some people did lose their minds because of this shit. Um, but I think that one, the number of people is like way smaller than like you would think. I think most people were more or less like where they started with the Gamergate stuff. Um, like, I don't think that like you're gonna see like a huge number of people who are like social democrats becoming Nazis or anything like that. I don't think that that really happened. Um, like maybe like one or two people did, but also I think that part of the reason some people become radicalized, and there were some people who did. Maybe this guy, well, he wasn't a Gamergate guy, as far as we know, but like Seattle for Truth was a Gamergate person, and also an anti-Gamergate person too at one point, because he ended up switching sides and it was a whole thing. But um, he was pro Gamergate for a while, and like not really respected within the community, which is like why he kind of switched sides. But uh, he became radicalized, or he was already radical. I don't know, one of the two. And like this thing happened, and like the Kotaku in Action 2 community that broke off from Kotaku in Action, even like those people, they don't even like me. Okay, like those people are like, they're really conservative. Like, I don't know how far right specifically, but like they're like MAGA nation, practically. Um, and I think that that says something about like uh, some of the people who were on Kotaku in Action, at least. Though that's like not really the same thing as being pro Gamergate, because Kotaku in Action started as a Gamergate community and then expanded into like so many different areas, and then they tried to like unexpand and then like shrink it just back to gaming. Uh, and that didn't really work. and it, but I think like Kotaku Action too, like that's like a community that became radicalized. Um, like these people, a lot of them don't think the election was real, right? That's why they don't like me, because I tell the truth about the election. Um, yeah, So like these people, they became radicalized. But I think the reason these people became radicalized in large part, and it's not just the GamerGate thing, it's all of our society, people becoming radicalized. Half the country voting for Trump, right? Um, they're becoming radicalized because of the left. Like the left has got to stop demonizing everybody who disagrees with them. They got to stop censoring everything, and they gotta demonstrate real empathy, and they gotta demonstrate like a real commitment to small L liberal values, and live in a truly democratic and free society. But they don't want that. A lot of people on the left, and I'm one of them, right? I'm a person on the left, but some people on the left, they really do want to shut down all discussion and demonize everyone who disagrees with them as being a fucking Nazi, a misogynist, a harasser, a whatever. And then the media will just fucking lie about people straight out, including the Gamergate people, but many other examples too, like the Nick Sandman situation, like the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. Um, the woman from the Central Park video, that woman's actually innocent. That didn't come out until years later. Okay, the media had all the information they needed to determine that this woman was innocent. But the media for years claimed that she was a racist who all this stuff. But it's not true. The video was taken out of context, and all the information that could have proved her innocence was still there. And yet she's still, to this day, her life is fucking over. Her life is fucking over, and the media never recanted it. They never apologized. Nobody knows the truth. That fuck, I used to remember her name, but I forgot it. This was like a huge thing right before the George Floyd incident, like right after it, or whatever. Remember like the Central Park dog walker versus bird watcher story. Remember that?
I, when you phrase it like that, it's echoing like a thing I've heard, but I don't remember details.
It was the two people with the same last, Amy Cooper. That's her name. Amy Cooper. This woman had her whole life destroyed, and there's tons and tons of people just like her, and people see this in the media, and look, oh look, it's all fake. It's not true. The media lied about the story. They literally lied about the story and slandered this woman for no reason, and they never apologized. They never walked it back. Nothing. And like this is how people see example after example of stuff like this, of getting banned on every fucking social media platform because they criticize like they have expressed like pretty like moderate views on like the trans stuff or about games journalism or about whatever, and they and it's not good. It's radicalizing people because instead of having a conversation, it's they want to shut down the conversations. Apparently, at some point, like the progressive left or aspects of the progressive left thought that, you know what, we can't really win the arguments. So let's just ban everybody who disagrees with us and let's call them monsters. And that radicalized millions of people in this country. And now those millions of people, some of them are breaking into Paul Pelosi's home and they got a hammer. And some of those people are storming the Capitol on January 6th, and some of those people, probably most of them are really, really politically disengaged, or they're politically engaged with Trump. Like when these, and you've created this monster. Like not you personally, but like the progressive left. Like they need to recognize their role in causing all of this shit. And like that's not to like
I
deny
think
the.
what you're calling the progressive left is just the Twitter mob.
Well, I mean, like I don't usually use the word progressive to define these people, um, but it's not just the Twitter mob. It's like this ideological mindset, this post-liberal mindset. Um, People call it all sorts of things. They call it woke. They call it social justice warriors. They call it the successor ideology. They call it a post-liberal ideology. They call it whatever it
Modernity.
is. Whatever it is, it's this element of the left that has abandoned liberal values.
I wouldn't call that the left. I would not like. I wouldn't consider that political.
And look, a large
Like the
portion of
people, the cancel culture is not the left. Cancel culture is mostly people who are not politically engaged at all, who have decided that uh, public shaming is the response to what they perceive as society's ills, which most people think racism and sexism and shit like that are society's ills.
Yeah, I don't think I'd really agree that it's like not. I mean, look, there's cancel culture for. I don't think cancel culture is like inherently left wing. But like the way it's taken shape in our society in the past 10 years is more of a left wing phenomenon. Though the right does it too.
Yeah, the right absolutely does it. Look at fucking Bud Light.
Well, like, look, people are allowed to boycott products they don't like, like whatever, like, right? They don't want to buy beer because they don't like the marketing campaign. I think that's a perfectly legitimate thing.
The, legitimate or not, it's a thing they decided to cancel.
But like, who cares? Like, they're consumers. They're allowed to. Like, I don't care about canceling companies or whatever the fuck. If you want to boycott a company, go have at it. I have a problem with individuals having their lives destroyed. I think boycotting companies, that's a part of a healthy and vibrant market.
Yeah, I agree with you most of the time. However, I think if you, and I'm only using you as a quick example, if you don head to toe white robes and burn crosses on some black guy's front lawn, then yeah, you deserve to get doxxed and have your life ruined.
Well, hey, I'm wanting to start probably wrapping this up in the next half hour, 45 minutes, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, yep.
I do want to go through some of the. Well, first off, before we do this, is there anything you want to talk about?
I think we've covered a lot of this. I don't know that we've gotten like into the weeds as much about my area of expertise, but we're doing a pretty good job covering
Okay, let's do that real
GamerGate.
quick. Um, how do you de-radicalize people?
That's a really good question, and it's one that has a very evolving answer. And the first thing that I want to say is that if you're not somebody who is a therapist or a psychiatrist or somebody who is specifically trained in this kind of work, then if you encounter a member of the alt right, the best way to engage is to not engage. Um, De-radicalization often starts by them coming to us. When I say us, I mean people that are working towards this end and therapy mostly, although I'm not a therapist. Um, and what that process often looks like is allowing a person the space to work out the disconnect that they have discovered between the ideology they've subscribed to and something about the reality that they've noticed. An example could be an avowed neo-Nazi um, reconnects with a sister who they've been out of touch with for most of their life, and that sister happens to be gay, and that completely derails their entire concept of who gay people are and what they represent, and that at that point they need time and space to work out how to reconcile that within themselves, and then it becomes a slow process, almost like exposure therapy, of uh, kind of reintroducing them to the idea of the shared humanity between people and uh, helping them learn how to not approach people by first putting them in boxes. Um, and that's a lot of work that has to happen individually in groups, in therapy spaces, and then someday that leads to a point where they are then, they're then judged. There's a point where they would need to specifically address anything they may have done, um, both with their friends and family, and potentially with law enforcement.
What?
Um,
Oh, sorry.
but that comes later, when they've successfully de-radicalized from where they were.
What do you think of people like Destiny? I think they do. I think they have a really great approach because, like, look, these ideas are out there, And what people like him do, and I think he does an amazing job, is he'll go out there and he'll do a fuck ton of research on all of their views, and then he'll confront them. And I think do like a really good job of debating them.
Sure.
Like I think he did really well in his debate against Nick, the Nazi guy, Nick Fuentes, the white nationalist, I guess I should say. But yeah, against or does he even call himself that anymore? Basically he's a far right guy, whatever he calls himself currently. Nick Fuentes, close enough to being a Nazi that people generally don't feel it's inaccurate. Anyway, he did a really good job debating
Right.
him, and then he also the red pill people too. Um, he's did a really good job debating them, and he people have even said like, yeah, Destiny is like one of the main reasons I'm not a red pill anymore. Like Angela Knight, who I talked to like last week, she was a big red pill YouTuber, or red, sorry, she was a big red pill. I should be very careful about how I talk about this. Sorry, she used to be someone who was in the red pill space, and because Destiny both had really good ideas, and because he treated her like a person and as a human being with empathy, um, she recognized that that's not really the kind of person she wanted to be. Plus, there was a lot of other stuff going on in her life too. It's not like just him, but she does talk about how he played a role in de-radicalizing her, and like she is like a great person. I have like a lot of respect for, and I think does like a pretty good job and is good faith. Um, I don't dislike her at all. I think she's awesome, and that's a success story from his approach. Like, what do you think of that kind of strategy?
I mean, I don't know too much about Destiny. I don't follow a lot of these communities very closely, but I've definitely heard of instances where it is a personality like that that starts somebody on their de-radicalization journey. Um, the reason why I say for most people it's best to not engage is even if Destiny's doing it right, great. The thing about confronting someone like this is it's very difficult to do right, and doing it even a little wrong can be extremely dangerous. Because it just if you do it wrong, um, you're not only pushing somebody deeper down their rabbit hole, the you are allowing them to shut the door behind them. Um, which is why it's best left to people who know what they're doing. And if Destiny's doing it right, then great. I hope that continues.
Yeah, and like you said, it is very difficult to do. I think that's something that people need to keep in mind too, because like a lot of people think like, oh, well, someone's a Nazi. How hard to debate can they be? And they like don't do any research, and then they're hit with like 40,000. Like, what about when the Jews flew the plane into the building on 9/11? And you're like, well, what are you talking about? And like they get blindsided by all this stuff that they don't know about. So because they don't do the research, there's a lot of people like that. But
Yeah, and the
that's
thing
that's
is
not just the
that
Nazi stuff though. That's everything. Every people in general don't do research, and they should do research. And when they don't do research, they do things poorly, and they also come at things in bad faith all the time. Um, and I hope you don't think I was doing that here. This is a very different interview from the ones I normally do. It's more of a conversation, like really it is, than an interview. But like
no,
most,
I don't think there's any sort of negativity on your end. I think you're somebody that is very attached to and defensive of Gamergate the movement, and very about absolving it of any wrongdoing. But I don't think that in any way makes you in any way a bad person or a negative actor or in bad faith. Um, you're just, you're defending what you believe in, and there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, well, do you think there is something wrong with that, given my role here as a journalist who's covering this story?
No, because again, you're not presenting yourself as a journalist. You're writing the second in a series of books that are they're not uh thinly veiled as attempts to critically analyze Gamergate. They're books about Gamergate by a Gamergater. Um, so you're not trying to be deceptive in that presentation.
Well, I'm not trying to be deceptive, but I do actually think that I don't think that this is just a Gamergate project. I don't. I think that this really is um, a very serious attempt to like get at the truth. And like I pushed a lot of the Gamergate people with some really tough questions, I think, and like been very skeptical. And I went into this really thinking that I was gonna like be more sympathetic with the anti-Gamergate side to some extent. Like obviously I was involved. I'm you. There was probably a 0% shot that I would have ever gone into this thinking that I could ever probably like change my mind and be like, yeah, all of the GamerGate people were misogynists and harassers because like I just like know way too many of them and I was one of them, so like there's no way I'd ever adopt that framing. But like I could have seen myself adopting a framing where well the harassment stuff I was way more sensitive to that. I was like, oh man, like maybe they're really because like the fact is like these three people claim that Gamergate was a harassment campaign to destroy their lives in particular, right? That's what these people claim. And I don't want to accuse these people of being liars, right? I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And like they probably did receive harassing messages, and I still think they probably did receive harassing messages. Um, I just also think that like a lot of it probably was exaggerated, based on like what we're seeing now with like some of the Brianna Wu stuff. It probably was exaggerated to like a high degree, and like the FBI report. If you look at like the instances of harassment that were sent over to them, it's really like a very small number of things, and like some of those seem like they're obvious trolls, like the we've planted over 9,000 bombs in the auditorium. Like that's a meme. Um, doesn't seem like that's a very serious threat. But like whatever, I get it. They have a job to do, and they might not be familiar with internet culture. And like you still probably shouldn't send messages saying that, even though it's a joke. Okay, you shouldn't joke about blowing up universities. Like that's not a thing that you should be doing. Um, but yeah, like it just seems like the harassment narrative just isn't really true. Where I think the Gamergate argument is weakest, and this is why I wanted to talk with you, really. Where I think that you might have a stronger case to make against Gamergate is on the uh, Gamergate to alt right pipeline thing. I think that that's an area where because I think part of it's true actually. I don't think that it's entirely without merit. Though I do think it is greatly exaggerated because there were some people who did become radicalized, but I think a lot of that was the left, a response to the left, and I think a lot of those people, some of them at least, they seem like they were radical before Gamergate. So it's I'm not sure like too many of them like changed their views. Like some people did, but like it seems like most like John Kelly, um, and Barlow, but like most of them like didn't really like change their views. Like there were far right people before, there were like far right people after. And like the whole American conservative spectrum like completely lost their minds pretty much. Not everybody, but like a lot of them did. Like there's a reason that the guy who tried to steal the last election is now the front runner for the Republican Party. So like a huge number of people became radicalized like completely unrelated to Gamergate too. Um, but I actually do think, and maybe you disagree, but I think that like probably if you look at like the number of people who voted for Trump at least like 2016, um, I bet, and maybe even 2020, and yeah, maybe even this upcoming election too, that if you look at like who were the Gamergate people and who they voted for compared to like the average American voter, um, I wouldn't be surprised if Gamergate people voted for Trump in lower rates actually than the average American voter.
I'm pretty sure that the GamerGaters, in terms of the guys who had beef with journalism, um, I'm pretty sure a lot of those guys jumped on board with the guy who also has a problem with journalists.
Maybe. Well, I don't know because some people did support Trump. That's true. That's 1,000% true. Some people did.
And a lot of people who
But like,
support Trump, they don't see him as a a fascist. They don't see him as all of the things that the quote unquote SJW see him as. They
but
see him as an outsider who is willing to speak his mind, no matter who has anything to say about it.
no, right. Some people. I mean, some people. Like, at this point, anyone who's like back in Trump, like they they got to be like willfully ignorant of this stuff because the evidence is just so strong against this guy, um, or they just like they become counter radicalized. They don't like Trump, but I'm gonna meekly pull the trigger on him because I don't like Biden more, you know. But like the die-hard Trump people, I mean, the people who are like ride or die Trump no matter what. I'm voting third party if I don't, or I'm gonna stay home if he doesn't get the nomination. You know, people like that. Um, like they they're they're gone, man. I don't know how to bring these people back from the fold. Um, anyway, but I do think that like if you look at like take GamerGate people, like everybody who supported GamerGate or consider themselves a GamerGate supporter um, in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017 maybe too. Um, and you take all those people and you have a mock election. I bet that most of them probably aren't Trump people. Actually, I really do. I think that most of them really aren't actually Trump people, and we do have like good reason to think this too. Like, is it Brad Glasgow did his survey? I think it. Well, let me double check that, but I think it was pretty late in GamerGate. Glasgow survey, GamerGate survey. I think it was like 2016. It was like as the election was happening, or well, as the primary at least. It was either 2016 or 2016 it looks like. 2016, early 2016, February, is when he did this. Well, when he talked about the survey, it was January 27th until January 31st. Okay, so a 4-day period in January of 2016, he did the survey, and it doesn't look like most of those people were like die-hard Trump people at all. Like they were pretty like libertarian slash liberal, and like some conservatives too, no doubt about it, but not a majority. And that's right before the election.
Sorry, I'm
Here, let me
trying to
link
read
you.
something about this as you're talking about it.
Let me link Brad Glasgow's Medium thing. I've interviewed him too, by the way. But I think he did a pretty good job because he actually had a solid way to determine who supported Gamergate and who didn't. So what he did was he required that people provide proof that they had supported Gamergate in order to participate within the survey. So they had to he have some sort of proof. It had to be um, your tweets, Reddit posts, um, or even just like a YouTube comment that you left that was pro Gamergate. We had to have some way to like verify, okay, this person is a Gamergate person.
He does say that he could not include people who only supported Gamergate through the Chans because there was no way to verify this person taking the survey was the same one
Yeah,
posting on the Chan.
yeah, he does say that, but at the same time, well, one, the Chans were a lot like they were active communities, but they weren't really as big as Twitter was or as Kia or GG even GG. Well, they were bigger than GG discussion and AGG. But also, most of the people on the chans, they have Twitter accounts. I don't know about most because we'll never know. But like it seemed like most of the people on the chans were also on other platforms like Twitter. Like they had a like a friendly rivalry with Reddit. Um, but a lot of them de-anonymized themselves and were on Twitter as well. Because I know because I interacted with tons of them.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they were always talking about the same things on Twitter that they were talking about on chans.
That could be the case. Yeah, I mean, like obviously people could lie and be deceitful, but I think in terms of this being good data, I think it's pretty solid. I think that he actually did a good job here, and I told him that to his not to his face, but over a stream. And I was one of the people in that survey, by the way.
This wasn't part of when Kotaku in Action, like en masse took the political compass test. No, that's not the same thing.
Well, I don't know if Kia ever took a political compass test. There were Kia surveys, but those were separate. I think what you're talking about is that meme that Shoe on Head shows her. Well, it's not even a meme. Like she probably believes it's a good data. But sorry, I shouldn't talk shit about June that way. But like the that Shoe on Head shared and other people have shared, where it's the graph with like 1,000 dots on it. Are you talking about that one? Where it's the political
Uh,
compass test, but it's like, oh, this is the political compass test that GamerGate people have taken. It's got like 1,000 fucking dots on it, and it's like, well, look, most of them are in this category, the libertarian left.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know where that data comes from, but like I don't like inherently trust it. I think I don't know. Like
the
if
problem
they
with
had a
political compass is it also doesn't account for the fact that people with authoritarian sentiments often downplay their authoritarian sentiments when answering questions about them.
Yeah, like yeah, maybe I don't know. I think there's like a lot of questions you'd want to ask before you make a determination about whether or not you're gonna hinge your entire argument on this one test that like I don't know what like 500 people have taken maybe I don't know or I don't even know maybe not even that maybe it's like 30 people passing it around on Twitter being like okay here's my dot like I don't know again maybe it's good maybe it's not I have no idea. I was never really especially impressed by that specific piece of evidence. I'll say that personally. But again, if other people like it, they think that that's good data, they happen welcome to share it and like tell me why, and like we can talk about it.
And I think on the whole, um, if I had to describe the general leaning of GamerGate, I would be more inclined to believe that they lean more right wing, more conservative, more populist, but not more authoritarianism. I think they would definitely lean more libertarian.
Well, I think we're definitely in agreement that they were more libertarian. And like that's something that other people, a lot of GamerGate people tell me this too, because I'll be like, because I think that like the data shows that like most of the people like are like pretty like we're like pretty center left. But like I think the through line because there were a lot of libertarian people too, and that's I was one of the libertarian people during GamerGate. People look at me now and they might find that hard to believe, but 10 years ago, I was a libertarian. I mean, I didn't really care about politics that much, but like I was very libertarian. Free markets, um, like with some regulation. I wasn't like a pure like ANCAP or anything like that. Like I believed in like some regulation, some government, and stuff like. And I believed in like I was skeptical of this idea of like Fortress America and like oh America should just be completely isolationist or non-interventionist. Like no, I didn't. I was very skeptical of that idea for a while, but like whatever. I was a libertarian 10 years ago. I would probably be one of the more like center right people in GamerGate actually. If you, I mean, insofar as libertarian matches onto center right. But over time, I drifted more into the center, I think the libertarian left category, I guess.
Well, libertarian authoritarian is a different axis than left right.
But like, yeah, it was 1,000% a libertarian cause for like the vast majority of people. Like there were some people involved who you could call tankies. Um, there were people like that, and there were communists who supported GamerGate, and there were far right people who supported GamerGate, and maybe those people are more in the upper half of they're more on the authoritarian side, both on the far left and the far right, some of them. But yeah, I think for the central premise of the movement was like, leave us the fuck alone. People should be able to make whatever they want. Free speech, pluralism. We're all individuals, and a high sense of egalitarianism.
But
I
but
think.
simultaneously, there was the whole sea lioning thing. Like that is a thing that happened.
Oh, I've talked about that in like pretty much all my interviews, and I think that the sea lion's right.
I mean, the sea lion's kind of an asshole.
Well, at the part where he follows her home and it's in her house, like that part's like bad. But like, I think the sea lions, because she made public statements saying like, "Oh, I hate sea lions. Sea lions are the worst," or whatever, right? And then the sea lion is like, "Well, excuse me, why are you criticizing me?" And she's like, basically completely refusing to respond in any real, meaningful way to the sea lion about public comments that she made about sea lions. I think that it's perfectly fair. You could. I even tweeted about this recently. If you replaced the sea lion with a black person, and it was this white woman making a comment about the N word people, or even just black people in general, without even using the slur, people would think about it way differently, right?
Yes, because black people are a uh, marginalized group, whereas sea lions are not.
No,
I
but
get the analogy
gamers
you're
are.
trying to make, but it would be better to use an example that is not marginalized.
Oh, well, I don't really hold different standards for like marginalized people and like non-marginalized people. I think that like if it was a white if it was a black person saying I hate white people, I think that the white person would be in public, right? In a public setting, they're saying I hate white people, and a white person came up and was like, "Hey, let's talk about that. Why do you hate white people?" And was like polite about it and not like trying to beat them up or punch them or anything like that. Um, I think that the white person in that case would be right too. Same with the black person confronting the white woman. Same with the sea lion confronting this person. You're making public statements. Someone wants to talk about those public statements, and you don't have to respond. But I think that you
Maybe
look
in
like an
the
asshole if you
first
don't.
couple of rounds, that's valid. But after constantly coming at the person to explain themselves or to expand on what they've said and not getting a response, that's when it moves from a legitimate inquiry to almost a kind of soft harassment.
Yeah, I mean, like, hey, what's that? What's that? Drill? Was it Drill? The rapper who made the comment? No, it was Tyler the Creator, right? It was, well, hey, buddy, just log off or block the person or mute them. Like, there's already tools for you to deal with people you don't like and find annoying.
Yeah, it becomes difficult when the people who are sea lioning you are a large group, which there's no denying there was a large group of people looking at, for example, Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn and asking them to explain themselves and not getting the response. And, how many of those people are Anita and Zoe expected to block?
Whoever the fuck they want, because they can curate their own experience. And that's how it should be.
Yeah, but that would be a really like shitty endeavor to take.
I mean, not really. I mean, like every celebrity on Earth
I'm just saying
deals
that
with
there's
this.
a
Every
difference
every
between.
politician, every celebrity, every journalist, every game developer, pretty much everybody online is going to interact with people they don't like. And maybe if you're a big person, it's going to be a lot of people. And if you're a big person who makes controversial statements on a regular basis, then it's going to be a really, really lot of people.
Well, a lot of these people weren't big public figures prior to GamerGate.
Uh, well, they
At
they
least
made
not
themselves
to the
public
degree that
figures.
they would be. I mean, Zoe Quinn, yeah, she was
Joey Quinn was, and then Anita was.
sort of a micro celebrity in the indie games community. But that wasn't by any means like a level of fame that she would like need to be prepared to function as a famous person.
Yeah, I think I mostly like agree with that. Anita's a bit of a different case. Obviously, her videos got huge numbers of views, lots of media attention, et cetera, et cetera. Um, she was like a very, 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 and she's a very, but all three of these people were very strong internet personalities, and they love to talk about controversial stuff all the time, which is like fine. I like to talk about controversial stuff all the time too. I don't think there's anything wrong. So do you, right? There's a reason we're live streaming this right now. Well, actually, we're not. I don't think the stream is up. I think that YouTube fucked it up and like shut it down for some reason. But I'm gonna go. Oh well, maybe not. But I am gonna probably like unlist it and then download it and then re-upload it because I think it's completely fucked, dude. I think it's so fucked up. Um,
I can pull it up on YouTube, so it
yeah.
is going out.
But like nobody's looking at it because I think it fucked up like the subscriptions and stuff, or it's not pushing it to people because the algorithm or something doesn't like it because I had. Well, maybe it's because they've got like an automatic like anti-Semitic filter, and it thinks that you're like an anti-Semite, and so it doesn't promote.
No, because my videos get promoted, and this is the uh same image that I use for my channel.
Okay. Yeah, that's so weird, dude. How the fuck do we only have 10 views, dude?
I do want to speak on that while I'm here, just so that there's a record for your community, because I have been
Oh,
asked
right.
more than
Yes, of
once why
course.
I
Of
use
course.
this. So, the gay rights movement, one of the things they did was they reclaimed a lot of imagery and words that were slurs against them, in such a way that they're now they've been reclaimed and they've become positive. Um, Primary example is faggot. It's now completely fine for them to use that word amongst themselves in their community. Um, it's even become socially acceptable for allies to use it, and it's just no longer viewed or largely used as a slur. Um, Trying to do the same thing with anti-Semitic imagery.
So are
Like
you
it's a caricature, it's a gag, and I want to disarm it to the point where it becomes just a gag.
so are you saying I can use the word faggot on a regular basis now?
I would definitely ask a gay person if they're comfortable with that first, but it's not uh uh, it's not as it's not like calling a black person the n-word anymore.
Okay. I was always super afraid to use the word on YouTube because I thought YouTube might not like it. Um, but I, like,
It depends how you're using it. If you're using it as a slur, then it's going to be a problem.
well, I don't,
Context is important.
I don't hate gay people. I'm bi myself actually. So anyway, dude. Sorry. Do you want to do some of the questions real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, first off, you've seen the question list. Anything you specifically want me to ask? Because I'm going to skip over a lot of them, given how late it is, and also because like most of them don't really apply to you because you weren't really participating in the stuff.
I read that like 100 years ago, so I don't remember, but nothing sticks out that I like
Okay.
absolutely need to answer.
All right. What do you think of the Gamers Are Dead articles?
I think that they were an attempt by first one journalist to say gaming is bigger than just straight white men, and game developers don't need to market to them exclusively anymore. I think a lot of other games journalists agreed with those main points, and they ran with it and made their own articles. I think GamerGate perceived all of this as an organized personal attack against their identity, which is unfortunate.
What do you think of games journalism?
I think games journalism is opinion journalism, and if there is an ethical problem in games journalism, the way to combat it is not to have a big public debate. It's to stop engaging with that media. If you think if you don't like Kotaku and you think Kotaku is biased and they're reporting on their friends, stop going to Kotaku. Stop getting your news from them.
Do you think it's
Vote with your wallet.
well, I'm not opposed to that, but do you think there's also a role for public criticism of the media, including of the games press? Because I think that is like important.
Sure, there's a role for it in cases where the publication might actually listen to what its demands are asking for, but um, I think at the end of the day, they care about clicks and they care about making their advertisers happy. And I think the public as a whole has an outsized concept of just how important they are to journalists.
Do you have any thoughts on the Game Journal Pro mailing list?
I don't think Milo should have ever leaked it.
Well, Milo didn't leak it. Someone leaked it to Milo, I think.
And then Milo published it, so it's pretty much on Milo.
But there was a lot of bad stuff revealed in there, though. Like they were blacklisting a games journalist, a game developer, and they talked about whether or not Greg Tito should censor the escapist forums, I believe. Like they really shouldn't be talking about this stuff in here. Um, and they also talked about whether or not they should send a gift basket to Zoe Quinn.
Maybe they shouldn't have been, but I still don't think it should have been leaked. I don't think that's something that should have been handled in public. I think that is something that journalists who had a problem with that, and in this context, I would qualify Milo Yiannopoulos as that, needed to bring this to the editors, needed to bring this to the owners of publications, maybe even needed to bring this to the advertisers. But bringing it to the public, I don't think accomplished anything other than violating the privacy of the participants.
Do you think there are ever cases where the privacy of people in a mailing group that is of dubious ethicality, and I think it's safe to call, or even just in general, that let's take the lead out of it. Though I think it is of dubious ethicality. I could probably defend it existing, not the stuff in it. But okay, let's say, do you think there's ever a case where making stuff like this public is good?
If the organization in question is not a for-profit journalism enterprise, if you're talking about a government agency and the avenues of internal self-correction have been explored and have not borne fruit, then yes, there is value in leaking. Especially if it's dealing with, stuff like the CIA experimenting on people. But in the context of a commercial publication, no. I don't think that there's ever a circumstance where private communication should be made public.
Huh. Okay. Well, hey, I guess we just have like very different views on that, but that's okay. Like I like to hear different perspectives. We could explore it more, but man, I want to get through this.
I just think people have a right to expect privacy in certain circumstances.
Do you have any thoughts on deep freeze?
Do I have any thoughts on deep freeze? Like what about it specifically? It's good that it exists.
Oh, you like it? Well, just like in
That's
general,
that's
like
the
if there's a
that's the site that preserves a lot of the pro GamerGate stuff, right?
well, it's um a watchdog well, it used to be a watchdog organization, basically a website that kept track of what gaming sites and what games journalists were accused of ethical violations, and whether or not they've issued corrections.
Okay, so yeah, at this point, um, all of these problems in games journalism, they have been leaked to the public. It's now entered public discourse, regardless of how I feel about the way it got there. It's there now. So yeah, there is value in having a place to organize the arguments being made. Um, I don't think it's a particularly bad thing as long as it's not um, attempting to solicit uh, action against journalists, like harassment or anything like that. Then there's no problem with it existing. Um, Maybe that's actually a solution. Is that there should be a central repository of any sort of wrongdoing or mistake that a journalist makes, so that anytime you're reading an article or watching a news story, you can go to the site and look and say, how many times has this person fucked up, and you can use that as a metric for how willing you are to take their word. Um, I think that would be wonderful. So no, I don't think deep freeze is a bad thing at all.
What do you have you seen the SPJ Airplay conference?
I've seen parts of it for sure.
Oh, um, well, not seen having seen the whole thing. Do you have any thoughts from what you have seen?
Not really. That was there was the guy from Breitbart, right?
Well, Milo
And the
was
two
one of
other
the people
journalists.
there. Yeah. Well,
Milo
there
was
there were
there.
there
Okay.
were there were 9 panelists. It was uh, Mark Seb, Ash Gow, Alan Bakari. He is a Breitbart person too. Milo Yiannopoulos, Kathy Young, Christina Hoff Summers, Lynn Walsh, who I interviewed earlier today, um, Derek Smart, Rin LaForme from the Poynter Institute, and Michael Koretsky himself was there as the like the moderator, the organizer, and then also uh, Paulo Munoz was there as not a panelist but as a guest, and then Oliver Campbell was there too, and he sort of like ended up like apparently becoming like a de facto panelist on the second half of the panel because after the bomb threat, uh, Milo and Christina Hoff Summers left and went home or whatever, and Oliver Campbell apparently stepped up to the plate and became like a panelist to finish the panel.
I mean, I don't have a lot of thoughts on it.
Paulo did too, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen like the full thing in years, so the post, well, the whole thing in general in years, I guess.
I'm also a little bit allergic to the sound of Milo's voice.
Did you see like the South Point, sorry, the Save Point panel at South by Southwest, or my panels at Arch Anime or Natsucon?
Not ringing a bell, no.
Okay. Uh, we've already talked about the creative freedom stuff. Anything else you want to go over there?
No, we've both made our points.
Okay. Some critics argue that GamerGate was mostly or entirely right wing. What do you think?
I think it was a spectrum. Um, I just think that the right had a greater presence in terms of organized and directed efforts.
Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
I mean, I would call myself very left wing, but I mean, nah, it's not really something I need to go super in depth here. Unless I guess you could call anti-fascist my most public-facing political stance.
I think Ninetales calls herself that too. I'll be interviewing her as well. You two get along still?
We get along pretty well, although we vastly disagree on one key issue for me that is a current and ongoing controversy. But I think she's really good at approaching even that conversation very, very much in good faith. And I do appreciate that about her.
Yeah, I like Ninetales. I don't have an issue with her. Do you think there was a quote unquote anti Gamergate community, or like, which is to say, a semi or fully coordinated effort by some people to oppose Gamergate?
I have heard theories that would suggest such a organized element existed, but it's something that I've personally placed into a category where the plausibility is in question. Uh, so I think my firm answer is maybe.
Okay. What about Gamergazi? I mean, like they were like expressly anti Gamergate.
Yeah, there's a difference between having an anti-Gamergate discussion and organizing against Gamergate through some sort of an action.
True, fair enough. Though some people did, like the Zack Attack stuff, right?
Yeah, sure. Some people did act in opposition, and like I was saying earlier, there was a certain group who were not there for anything having to do explicitly with gaming. They were there primarily to oppose women, feminists, progressives, quote unquote SJWs, and they acted against both sides because if the ethics people succeeded in fixing journalism, that would be a problem for them. Um, so yeah, just it came from more than one angle.
What do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
I think that some POCs and women did come out in support of Not Your Shield, but I think a large portion of it was amplified by sock puppets.
Well, there were at least two sock. Well, I don't like one of them might not have been like a sock puppet in like the traditional sense, but like there were like at least two people who were sock puppets. Alice in Prime and Hope Still Flies. Though the Alice in Prime thing is a bit weird because apparently they were pretending to be a woman on the internet since like the mid 2000s, and it wasn't like a
Sure.
GamerGate thing. They were just like a person who like had their whole online persona of them being a woman, but and then in real life they didn't like they weren't. I don't think they were like trans or anything. They were just like a normal like white dude. So it was like a weird thing. Um,
Yeah, that's the thing some people do. I actually have an ex girlfriend who maintained an entire uh, online persona that was just like this young emo dude, and it was just like it was like role playing, but all the time.
uh, well, do you want to talk about any? Well, you weren't really. Shoot. Well, what do you think of the pro GamerGate people that you've interacted with, either back then or today?
Um, I think the people who also support Gamergate that I have interacted with um, in connection with my uh, work, um, a lot of them have been terrible people, but they're they're people that are gamergaters and also Nazis. So that's not saying it a lot about gamergaters. Um, but specifically the gamergaters I've met since entering your community have been a lot more level-headed and um, in some cases open to hearing opposing ideas. There are a lot of them that are closed-minded and just make the same argument over and over again. But there's definitely more diversity of tolerance than I expected.
Well, I'm glad you had a positive interaction for the most part.
Yeah.
Well, hey, you're a YouTuber. You made a video about this. Have you ever changed anyone's mind on GamerGate?
I don't know that I've necessarily changed anyone's mind who had a firm understanding of what Gamergate was or, supported or opposed. I've had people come to me like, what the hell is Gamergate? I heard that a bunch of feminists were trying to ruin games. And I think I've steered them away from that conclusion. But no, I've not changed the mind of somebody who already had an opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if I did either. I mean, shit, dude. I probably had in the millions of views altogether on my channel back then. So like probably maybe someone who watched those videos had their mind changed, but in real like in terms of like me having one-on-one interactions with people, I've only changed like one person's mind, like who I know for sure like actually changed their mind on this. And that was Food Shops, and we talked about Gamergate a couple times, and so, but it wasn't just me. She was talking with me, Silverwolf CC, Roy Calbeck, and C4 Cipher. She talked to all four of us, and she came around on the idea of Gamergate. She said that she changed her mind on it, but that's the only person I've had like come to me and be like, "You've changed my mind." Um, Other people, I think that they've taken a bit more of a moderate track. Like I think that you've moderated your position a little bit since talking with me and other people.
Yeah, I've definitely been a little bit more careful in my interactions than I was in my essay about my willingness to uh, this is something that I need to be a little bit more personally aware of. I'm less willing to automatically put gamergaters in a particular box. Um, so yeah, I've moderated in that way.
Well, and your video, it was interesting too because this was like a whole like real life. You're coming into my space. I really thought you were a troll. Dude, I really did. But like, so it's like I was like talking with my real life friends. And I'm like, this guy has a voice changer. He just started talking about Gamergate and made this video with the voice changer right as I come back into the scene, and I was like a pretty big player in it. Like, and so like, not like a but I was like a pretty big active player, and like, I started talking about Gamergate. I like just did my Ninetales debate,
Yeah.
and I'm talking about doing a project, and this guy makes a video about this, and he's in my chat on my show, watching my streams, and I'm like, he's jumping into the Discord now. He's got the Jew avatar. Like, dude, this guy's 100% a troll. But like, your video is actually like not terrible. Um, well, I shouldn't say that. No offense, but like you left out like if you wanted to present um a case of like Gamergate bad, I don't think you did like the world's greatest job because I don't think you wrestled with like the pro Gamergate arguments at all, but are very much. And like you didn't include their perspective in the story, but which you yourself admit was like something that was an oversight. You would not do it. You would do it differently again. Um, but like it wasn't like a terrible argument. I might have listened to it while I was high too, so I might have been like, whoa, what the hell?
I mean, an argument could be made that you retain more that way. It
Yeah.
all depends on your relationship with the substance.
Yeah. Well, well, so I'm a very weird person when I'm high. I guess we all are. Uh, but like I don't retain the knowledge, but I'll like super explore like topics. I'm a thinker when I'm high. I'll literally just get like, do I really want this in the book? Fuck it, who cares? I don't know if I was high or not. I might have been, but I think I was actually. But I think about topics and I try to explore them. But I'm also when I'm high, I do tend to be like even more libertarian left than I normally am, and much more. I guess that's what I use like script like a more libertarian left when I'm high, because like that's my already my tendencies are to lean towards that kind of worldview and maximum freedom, but like also the government should do some things to uplift the material conditions of the people. And like
Yeah,
highly egalitarian. But like that's my normal viewpoint anyway. It just comes out more a little bit when I'm high. But like I'm pretty much like the same person. I just like love to explore different topics. So I'll just like I don't like use a whole lot of weed, but like when I do, um, I'll like just like philosophize for like 2 hours. And I'm like, oh, I just spent 2 hours um, thinking about like political philosophy or just like not even political philosophy, just philosophy in general. Anyway, dude, we're getting way off track. I'm sorry.
all good.
How could the Gamergate how well let's rephrase this. How could the conversation about Gamergate have been more productive?
Uh, well, one example that comes to mind is GamerGate was approached with an alternative. GamerGate was offered hashtag games ethics. GamerGate was told, people are, people, this other hashtag that you've been using is literally putting people in danger. Please use this other hashtag so we can have the conversation you say you want to have. And GamerGate, by and large, said no and was absolutely dead set on having the conversation on their terms. And I think that uh, went a long way towards breaking down any possibility of a valid uh, dialogue between the two sides.
I don't know if there ever would have been. I don't think that the ideology of most of the people who didn't like Gamergate would have allowed for there to be a dialogue. But like I understand what you're saying because like there was this proposal not from within Gamergate, from with outside of it. Somebody suggested that people use the hashtag game ethics or whatever the fuck hashtag, and uh, and like people like, was like, oh, change the hashtag, get a new hashtag. And I don't think, well, one, we don't want like people outside of our community to tell us what hashtags we can use. Two, this Gamergate thing was gaining a lot of steam. Tons of people were watching it, had eyes on it. Three, a lot of the people involved really do like the term Gamergate. They think it's a good term, and they also like gamer, and they think that this being a controversy where gamers got attacked, which I think is how a lot of people saw it, whether you agree or not. That is how a lot of people saw it. I think, and people had positive associations with the term gamer. I think that they wanted to keep the name. Plus, some people saw it as like a divide and conquer thing. Like, oh, well, they're gonna have like half the people go in this hashtag, half the people go in that hashtag, and then it kills the movement. But like, whatever. Gamergate made the choice it made, insofar as Gamergate's capable of making choices, and it chose largely to keep the hashtag as it was. So not really much, I guess, arguing about it now. But like, what do you think? Well, let me ask you, what do you think would have been like the best reason for Gamergate? So put yourself in the shoes of a Gamergate person. You've tweeted out on the hashtag. You like the hashtag. Let's say, or no, you don't. You like the idea of the movement. Why should what is the incentive for this person to switch to a different hashtag?
Because as a developer, journalist, or other internet personality, uh, who's now in this is now a subject of this conversation, what we are coming to you and saying is this hashtag that you have built your movement around is putting these people in danger, in actual danger. So we don't want to shut down your conversation. We want to have that conversation, but we want to make sure people are safe first. That's what the I think a lot of the general public perceived Gamergate was being told, and the perceived response was, "We don't give a shit. We're talking about this using the language we want to use, period." And it's unfortunate because it closed the door to there being, I think, the kind of conversation that was desired by a lot of Gamergate.
I was gonna skip this question because I was skipping most of them, but I kind of want to ask it. It's gonna be funny. I think you'll get a kick out of it too. Do you think that even if it were the case that the vast majority of Gamergate supporters were actually against harassment, that society should probably still view it that way? Because because what harassment did occur, whether by them or by third parties, is a more important aspect of the story than a bunch of people who don't like games journalism, a handful of articles declaring gamers dead, and what they perceive as the censorship of their games.
I think I missed what the question was actually asking, but
Okay.
yeah, I do think that people are getting harassed is a more important and more pressing issue than anything else, and needs to be addressed before any other debate can take place.
See, that's exactly what Hannah Zamora said. I think this is like a cuck attitude. I'm sorry. I don't even like to use the word cuck really, but like it's so dumb, dude. I'm sorry. It really is. Like, oh, you can't talk about this topic because some person on the internet who you're not affiliated with got harassed. Like it's a really bad argument. It really is. And like no human being's ever going to operate this way. No one's going to be like, "Whoa, hang." Like you're like the Israel Palestine thing. Nobody's going to be like, "Well, hang on, guys. We can't do any of the Israel Palestine stuff. We can't even talk about that issue. We got this other thing going on. What about the war in Ukraine? What about Somalia? What about Darfur? like dude, like nobody's dude. Like some random person on the internet got harassed. And like not even like really that harassed it seems. Like they received some like dumb messages and shit. Like okay, that probably shouldn't have happened, but like whatever. Who gives a shit, dude? I received like worse shit. I don't know about worse shit, but like I received a lot of. I probably have received like worse shit than like what most of the anti-Gamergate people um, have received, or about the same probably. Maybe a bit worse on their end, but like some of the Gamergate people, like they've actually like had like their real live shit fucked up and kicked in because of this. Um, like like Silver Wolf Cece, like the people who tried to get her who succeeded in getting her kicked out of volunteering organizations, that's way worse than anything anyone's ever done on Twitter, okay? Like or the people who tried to get Alan Harris fired or Tim Saray fired, which was Zoe Quinn trying to get him fired, or at least putting a spotlight on it. um like the stuff that we received was like way fucking worse than any of the shit that they went through. It seems like Anita Sarkeesian did have bomb threats called into her conference, which is bad, and that never should have happened, and that is evil, and that is fucking with people in her life, and that is real harassment, and that never should have happened, of course. But we also received tons of bomb threats. Multiple of our events got bomb threats. It's and the media didn't even cover that. We had 2 meetups get bomb threats. We had Airplay get bomb threats. The media, where's the media? Where's the Oh wait, hang on guys. We can't talk about feminism in gaming right now. The gamer
No, no,
gators are
no,
getting
no media
harassed.
outlet
I
reported
come
on the bomb threats to these events.
Huh?
Like none. No media outlets reported on the bomb threats. None at all.
I didn't say none. Well, maybe did I? Well, I don't know if anybody covered the meetup bomb threats, but Airplay did get a couple articles. Like Rise Miami News did offer people to write editorials, and then Polygon actually did a pretty fair job covering it, which Polygon got criticized. Owen Good was the author there, and maybe a couple other places wrote about it. But by and large, it was mostly not covered, especially by the people who were writing articles, the publications that wrote articles against Gamergate. And I'm not sure. Did people cover the bomb threat in the Australian meetup like one of the Gamergate Australia meetups? Like I don't know if that maybe the local news covered it, or the GG and DC meetup.
A lot of what happens in Australia is not reported on American news.
Well, no, I'm not saying it should have been like the major headline of like American news stories, but again, these things didn't really get like major media coverage, especially given that like the people who Anita Sarkeesian gets a bomb threat at the university, and it's over 9,000 bombs in the auditorium, guys. Over 9,000 bombs, and this makes it on ABC News. This makes it in the New York Times. This makes it in the Washington Post. This makes it into like every single fucking publication out there is covering this shit.
I think you might be confusing some events, because when the Utah State talk for Anita was canceled, that wasn't a bomb threat. That was an active shooter threat.
So if you read the FBI report, I think there were both bomb and like there was like a bomb threat, and there were like two bomb threats and like a mass shooting threat too. Unless these were separate universities, they redact so much it's difficult to tell.
They may have been separate incidents. Anita's definitely gotten threats at more than one event. But the one that got a lot of media attention was somebody had contacted Anita and said that no, they actually hadn't contacted Anita. They had contacted the school, and they said if the school lets Anita Sarkeesian speak, he's going to shoot everybody. There's going to be a mass shooter event. And Anita asked the school security to put everybody through metal detectors, and they refused, so she canceled the event.
Yeah, and then she did also receive the 9,000 bomb threat one too. That's what the FBI report showed. Or well, I don't know if it officially showed Anita Sarkeesian receiving that, but like it was an auditorium of a university. And someone associated with Feminist Frequency might have been included in that report as well. So it probably was Anita.
Probably two different events then.
Yeah, it might have been two different events. But yeah, I really don't do this. Like, how would you have felt if people were like, "Hang on, Anita, I know you were gonna talk about video game journalism or talk about video game feminism, but I just heard Tachyon Blue had received threatening phone calls, and his parent he reports that he's been doxxed. So we need to postpone talking about video game feminism until the harassment of Tachyon Blue comes to an end." Like, you would have been like, "No, dude, what the fuck?" Right? I mean, like, am I wrong?
It depends on the context of the situation. If you're asking me to stop using a hashtag because it's putting Tachyon Blue in danger, I'm going to honor that request because I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Oh. I just say like I don't. And the other thing is with you saying that the bomb threat to airplay and stuff like that didn't get coverage. There are tons of bomb threats every day in this country that don't get any media coverage. A lot of threats that Sarkeesian has received didn't get media coverage. The only one that got really incredible coverage was that one at Utah State. The rest of them, one or two publications will talk about it, but it's not something that makes headlines.
Yeah, they definitely did talk about, because they've already got the narrative out, right? Like they talk like, so it's interesting. They decide to cover the harassment that the anti-Gamergate people get, or the people who don't like Gamergate get, but they never at all talk about the stuff that the pro Gamergate people get under any circumstances. And like, we actually like because like we actually care about like factual accuracy, like we actually provided receipts on a lot of stuff too. Like if you ask the head moderator of Kotaku in Action, Alex Baldwin, if you ask him for receipts, he'll probably give them to you for the people who harassed him because he says he's got the receipts. I've got the receipts for the people who harassed me. I've got the receipts for people who harassed other people. Like we actually document shit and we actually can like prove our case or at least like present like a really compelling evidence of our case. And like nobody nobody covers this at all, except like YouTubers. YouTubers would cover it sometimes, but that's about it. Like the idea, or like actually, I think like Breitbart actually covered it. Um, um, they covered people trying to dox Mombot, uh, like to their credit, I guess. But like, yeah, no, like the media, like it seems like the empathy is entirely one-sided, and it seems like they just want to shut down the conversation. And this idea that like you can't talk about it uh, because until Anita Sarkeesian stops getting harassed, like no, dude. Like, well, first of all, no one. She's never gonna stop getting harassed, um, because like that's people out there. She's a public figure who millions of people, tens of millions of people, probably like over 100 million people know who the fuck she is. And like a lot of those people disagree with her, and she's also made like her entire career in part, like not her entire career, but like a large part of her career and her identity is wrapped up in being a victim. Um, so like you're never going to have the real conversation if we're going to wait for Anita Sarkeesian to stop receiving harassment on the internet.
It's not asking GamerGate to not use the hashtag wasn't just about Anita Sarkeesian. It was about a lot of people receiving harassment. And not using it would have gone a long way to protect those people. It's a false equivalency to put the circumstances of Anita's fame on all of the people who were targeted.
Well, I mean, like the Brianna Wu stuff doesn't even appear to be true. So like, like, like Zoe Quinn like has like this like Zoe Quinn like has like a stronger case, but even though she was like a public figure before GamerGate, and like a minor celebrity, but like the Brianna Wu stuff doesn't appear to be true. Anita Sarkeesian was like a massive public figure. So like, I don't know. What, we could just.
But I mean,
I'll
like
give you.
what about Felicia Day? What the fuck did Felicia Day do that
I
was
mean,
so wrong?
nobody. I don't think GamerGate people fucked with Felicia Day, dude. Like nobody. Like
She made a post critical of GamerGate, and within less than an hour, she was doxxed on her own post.
yeah, dude. Look, look. There were a fuck ton of trolls trying to fuck with people. I don't know if it was less than an hour. I don't know if that claim is true. But when she got doxxed, what happened? What happened? Over 1,300 GamerGate people came out and said that really over 1,300. Let me get you the source on this.
I'm glad they came out in support of her. Fucking
Yeah.
Felicia Day's a treasure.
And like this idea that GamerGate doxed her is like there's no evidence for this at all, actually. But here you go. I linked it in general.
But she was doxxed because she spoke out against GamerGate.
I mean, I don't know, maybe, but like, dude, probably. Again, there's no evidence at all that GamerGate people harassed her. Like zero evidence, actually.
It's cause and effect, man. Felicia Day said bad thing about GamerGate. Felicia Day got attacked. Whether that attack was by GamerGate, I don't know. But
Dude,
it happened.
there were a ton of trolls. We've already know this. So yeah, I wouldn't be super shocked if a troll doxed her. I mean, troll doxed me. Troll doxed half the people in GamerGate, dude. Like not half the people in GamerGate, but like probably like 20% of the people in GamerGate got like doxed.
Well, then my argument still stands. The trolls are following hashtag GamerGate. They're not following this alternative hashtag.
Dude, they're gonna follow any hashtag that these people are at. Do you know why? Because it's a super juicy troll target, dude. Because you've got tens of thousands of people flipping the fuck out about fucking video game journalism, okay? And they're losing their shit, and they've got and they're some of those people are like legit like mentally ill. Some of the GamerGate people are, and so are some of the anti-GamerGate people, and others they're lol cows, right? Like let's face it, like whether we like it or not, Brianna Wu and to a lesser extent Zoe Quinn are like they have the attributes of lol cows, or what like Kiwi Farms and the other communities like Cow and Encyclopedia Dramatica, like they have loud cow characteristics in the way they act, in the way they respond to the harassment. They feed the trolls on a regular basis. Okay, and I'm not saying that justifies harassment or anything like that, but these people are going to get fucked with no matter what. So are the pro Gamergate people on Kiwi Farms, like Short Fat Otaku. Did you know Short Fat Otaku? They've been going after him for years. What about Mark? Mark, they've been going after him for years too. The board owner of V. And by going after, I mean like they have like they look they're considered loud cows too by some of these people. And I don't look again. I'm not endorsing the loud cow stuff, but there are entire communities of the internet where all they do is milk loud cows. That's literally what they do. It's people who they find it entertaining and they think that it's a good way for them to pass the time. And so that's what they do.
Be that as it may, I still think there would have been value in allowing the temperature to come down a little on the spotlight that was being cast on the people who were being harassed. And I think that's all
I
that was
just
being asked for
it
is
could have
let's just turn down the temperature a little bit.
well look all they had to do was just implement some basic reforms, man, and be like, hey, look, we fucked up. We're gonna do better in the future, and then call it a day. That's all they had to do. It's all they had to do.
And it's my understanding some of them did that.
Uh, some people did, but most of those people were like in the smaller publications, and they were willing to hear us out. And then Stephen Totillo sort of he quote unquote tried, not really. Like if you look into that whole thing, it was weird. He's there was like a period of like of a couple days where Stephen Totillo seemed like, you know what, maybe I'm going to give the Gamergate people a chance. And then I guess I don't know what. Maybe he changed his mind on that, or other people were like, "Dude, what the fuck? They're a bunch of harassers. Why are you talking to them?" And he got criticism, or who knows what. I don't know. But he decided to reverse course on that real quick.
This is one we have to agree to disagree on. I think there was value in turning down the temperature one way or another. And I think it's an idea that GamerGate wasn't even willing to discuss. And I think, regardless of what GamerGate may have said about being against harassment, they displayed a obvious disregard for the impact on people's lives by not being willing to even entertain the possibility of moving the conversation or altering it in any way to make it safer.
Yeah, dude, this whole idea that, well, you used this hashtag and not the hashtag that I picked for you to use, therefore you're putting people in danger. I think it's really just, I think it's dumb, dude. I think that, look, if people are adults, they're responsible for their own actions. I didn't fucking harass anybody. Most of the people in Gamergate don't seem to have harassed anybody. If somebody did, I condemn that. I think we went to extreme measures to condemn this. I think we really did. I think we had a harassment patrol. We didn't allow this on our forums. We outed the games journalist in Brazil who was harassing Vinny Sarkeesian. I think we did like an okay job. Not perfect. Some people were bad people. It's going to happen in a large movement. Basically, that's my view. And I don't know. You keep saying turn down the
But it,
temperature. What does that even mean? Because like because what does that? It could mean. What does that mean? Turn down the temperature? Because Hannah Zamora is of the view that people shouldn't talk about this at all, right? She's said openly that you're not her, and I'm not going to conflate her view with yours. I am drawing that distinction now, but her view was that if you wanted to talk about ethics in 2014, in August of 2014, then you were objectively wrong in the same way that a flat earth person is objectively wrong. She actually bit that bullet. That's her view. That people who wanted to talk about ethics in games journalism in August of 2014 were objectively wrong. That's her position. Is
She's
that
allowed to have that
yeah, she is.
position.
She is. I don't dislike Hannah at all. I don't dislike you either. But like, is that your? I mean, what do you mean turn down the temperature?
Turn down the temperature is moving the conversation between hashtags to kind of filter it down to a conversation about ethics and filter out all of the extraneous bullshit that got dragged into the conversation. Now, it would be and is perfectly valid to say no, that's a stupid idea. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. Um, but here's another idea. Here's something that could actually make the conversation safer. Or let's sit down and talk about a way to make this conversation safer. What can GamerGate do to uh be heard and not endanger anyone's safety? And it seems like that is a conversation that was never offered, nor even in the realm of possibility in this greater conversation, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay. But dude, look, I think that we were always willing to have that conversation essentially. And I think I know that I said, and I know other people said too, like, hey, look, if you've got the people who are engaging in the harassment, point them out to us, and we'll condemn them. And that's not exactly what you said, but I think that shows that we really tried. And like we did condemn people, right? Like Ethan Ralph, like press fart to continue. Um, like these people, press fart to continue. He was toast, dude. He basically left the internet for like a half a decade or a decade, dude. And then uh, Ethan Ralph, he he got his site banned on Kia, and pretty much like everybody in GamerGate, with the exception of Gethin7, was basically like, yeah, no, dude, we don't want to associate with this guy. And Gethin7, I think, did defend him, but he was basically like the only person to defend him, aside from a couple people on GG Revolt. So I don't see. Anyway, dude, we can move on. I'll give you the last word on this. Anything you want to rebut to me, and then we'll move on.
I'm just gonna say I think it's great that there was an element of GamerGate that called out harassment where it was revealed. The GamerGate harassment patrol that you've talked about, I think that was wonderful. I just don't think that the victims of harassment were included in the conversation in any uh, useful way. Um, and I'm not saying that's necessarily 100% GamerGate's fault, but in hindsight, if there was one thing I wish had played out differently, it would be I wish there had been an open dialogue between those two camps, and there had been a strategy that would have allowed this conversation to be had in safety.
What do you think about how the media covered Gamergate?
I think the media focused on I think they focused more on the element I focus on, which is the hate mob that went after internet micro celebrities. Uh, the media as a whole didn't hear nor did they care about the ethics conversation. Um, it to them it was a hate mob, and that's what they covered.
How do you think they should have covered Gamergate?
You're not going to like this answer, but I feel like they probably should have done pretty much exactly what they did, but much sooner. Um, I know that this is not necessarily media, but one of the biggest things that function to uh, kind of, uh, as I said earlier, turn the temperature down was when Stephen Colbert made fun of Gamergate. Um, a lot of the harassment uh, died down after that. Because yeah, there may have still been the people with the valid ethics claims in Gamergate were still on board, but the people who were just there to stir up shit, um, they could no longer see themselves as being in the majority after they were condemned by what they would perceive as the larger cross section of society as a whole. Um, so that was a really long drawn out thing, but I think they should have done what they did, but they should have done it sooner. And doing it sooner would have opened the door for more nuanced conversations. More nuanced coverage to happen within the window where it was still part of the news cycle. But because they were so late to the game, there was only time to cover the initial harassment, and the news cycle had moved on before anything else could happen.
Dude, YouTube's stuff must be fucked up, dude. On the Lynn Walsh interview, it says it's only gotten 2 views. It's like I'm shadow banned, or YouTube's algorithm is, or
Yeah.
their view counter's fucked up.
They do be weird with that view counter sometimes. And sometimes I've noticed if I look at one of my actual videos at the view count, it will be different from what my creator dashboard says the view count is.
Huh? Yeah, I dude, it's weird. It's maybe like YouTube's messing up right now, or maybe I really fucked up with how I did this because I scheduled both streams like simultaneously almost, and then I like rated the other one, and maybe it did fuck up how it's promoting it, or it's YouTube's misreading it, or like there's no way that only 2 people there were more people than that live watching it. So like how could well
Maybe
not
your
the
audience just hates my voice.
yeah well no this was the Lynn Walsh one. It says only 2 people saw it. Now it changed to 4, and then it changed to 7, and then it went back to 2. So like I don't know, it's jumping all over the place.
I've had moments where I'm watching one of your YouTube streams and it says that like only 1 or 2 people are watching, but like I'm engaging in chat with 5 or 6 people.
That's it, guys. My YouTube career is done, bro. I'm fucking toast, man. No one's
I think
watching
I think
anymore.
YouTube's very bad at live streaming.
Well, they are. It sucks. But Kick isn't terrible too. They need to update their UI at Kick. It's so bad. And they also
Yeah,
their app is
I've
trash.
never really done streaming. The only streaming I've done was I streamed from my Xbox to my Twitch, and that was only because I wanted to get the VOD of the gameplay for someday when I do a video about the game I was playing.
Uh, what's your favorite video game? Oh wait.
That
Before we get to the light items, this will give you a moment to think on that. I do want to ask one more question
okay?
before we get to that, if that's okay. Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
Some Gamergate supporters believe that the negative narrative about Gamergate has decreased the quality of their conscious experience. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Well, like it does. Do you think that the conscious experience of Zoe Quinn and the conscious experience of a Gamergate person, they're equal, right? We should value them both equally.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds like a yes answer.
Yeah. And like I'm not saying
Weird
that like
question. Yes.
I'm not saying
Yes,
that like the
Zoe Quinn is equally valuable to a GamerGator as in that they are both human beings and equally valuable.
no, I'm not saying that like the that GamerGate people being upset about the negative narrative is on the same level as someone doxing you, because obviously that's not true. There are gradations of harm, but I think that like the fact that a huge number of people have had a decreased quality of life or perceived quality of life, or well, let's not even say quality of life. Let's say decrease in their conscious experience. Uh, I think that that is a bad thing. And I think I think you think so too. You also think that overall Gamergate was bad, right?
It's it's something that I find hard to be sympathetic with because like I'm sorry to hear that anybody feels that their experience was diminished because of this, but like you don't have to attend public events with paid security, do you? It's not by any means the same thing.
Well,
Um,
like I'm not sure that she needed to either. Like that's like because like nothing happened actually, right?
I
Like
think it's
nobody actually
very
got hurt in this whole thing. It's kind of
I
amazing
think
that it
it
went on for years and like not a single person was harmed.
I think it's very likely that when she makes public appearances now that the venues are insisting that she have security in place.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I mean, like it just yeah. This thing went on for years. Not a single person was like ever actually harmed by this. There's like no like attack on a gamergator or attack on an anti-gamergator or like it was just a bunch of fucking people on the internet basically, and then like they hung out in real life a few times, but like
Right.
Those things didn't happen asterisks as far as we know. There are a lot of things that happen in this world that we never hear about.
well I do you know that if something like this happened, it would be like major news.
Not necessarily. I mean, so you've made mention of the Law and Order episode.
No, I didn't.
Um,
That was the chat, but
if I wasn't reading the chat, but I know it came up at some point tonight, either during my
oh,
interview
I
or
think I might have
during when
brought
the
it.
Law
I
Order
maybe I
hit.
did.
But if something like what happens to the first, you've seen the episode, I'm
No, I've
assuming.
not, dude. Everyone tells me I need to watch it. They say it's hilarious.
I'm not going to try to do too many spoilers. It's legitimately it's a good episode. You should check it out. Um, without too many spoilers, it starts with a woman in gaming getting sexually assaulted in a bathroom at a game conference. Um, do we know that that happened in real life? No. Could it have happened and not been reported? Yes.
I don't think that like Gamergate people were going around like raping women at conventions though. Like if somebody did that, it probably wasn't related to like their Gamergate activism. But like
Was it
tons
a
of people.
pervasive, horrible thing? Probably not, but it could have happened. That's all I'm saying.
Well, like we do know that like a lot of journalists who wrote negative stuff about Gamergate ended up being sex pests. But and like look, maybe oh Milo, well I don't
Right.
know. I don't. Milo's never been accused of doing it himself. I don't think. So I shouldn't say that.
Wasn't Milo accused of pedophilia?
Well, he was making excuses for it because he says that a priest touched him when he was a kid, and he thought it was a great experience, and like stuff like that.
Wow.
Like, but he never was like accused of molesting kids himself.
I don't know where I may have heard that. It just like
To my
molesting
knowledge.
kids just sounds like the kind of thing that wouldn't surprise me if Milo were accused.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I'll give you a chance to answer the video game question.
Oh, the what's my favorite game? So that I've been a gamer for most of my life, and that has changed depending on when you ask me. Um, I would say right now I'm like super addicted to team fight tactics. But in general, I play a lot of open world games. I'm really into GTA. Um, uh, During the GamerGate era, I was huge into World of Warcraft. I was in a guild that thought it had a chance of doing world first boss encounters. We weren't even close, but we tried. A for effort. Um, and I have an Xbox now, which is something I haven't. The last time I had a console, I was like 13 years old, so it's been a while. So I've been playing pretty much everything I can get my hands on. I just got through the Telltale Games Walking Dead series. Highly recommend it. So good.
They're good
Um,
games. I agree. The Walking Dead ones, especially the first one and first two. I like the first two a lot, but the choices don't actually matter. They're like not even games almost. They're which is like fine that they, but like they promote the idea that oh your choices matter and it doesn't at all.
they do make a lot of impact in the later games, and your save file from the earlier games does transfer over. There's one part of the game in particular where your choices end up determining who goes with you at the end of the game, which then determines who's present in like the main area of the next game. But like, um, did it have less of an impact overall than expected? Yeah, but I still think it was really good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed them too. I actually, uh, I was very sad. I might have cried when uh when Lee died.
I don't know if you're human if you don't cry during that part.
Sorry, you were still giving your answer and I cut you off so rudely. I'm such a dick. I'm a
Oh, you're
harasser.
fine. That's
So
it's
so like, you know.
no, you're good. That I mean, that's pretty much it. It's varied. It's whatever hits me in the moment. I would probably say in terms of gaming, my first love would be Sonic the Hedgehog 2. That's what like started me becoming a gamer. And if you follow my Twitter, I recently made the statement that I saw the GTA 6 trailer and I had my first orgasm. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Dude, oh my god, dude, my bedtime's in 20 minutes. Do you have any favorite or standout moments in Gamergate?
Not really, because I like I said, I wasn't an active participant. Um, I was more involved with Gamergate forensically after the fact than I was in the moment. So no, I don't think I have a real favorite moment. Um,
Yeah.
I, I I would say other than maybe like the moment of bliss before I learned what Gamergate was.
I mean, hey, dude, you're still talking about it like a decade later, so like it must not be that bad, right?
I'm still talking about it because I still see it as an entry point to the alt right pipeline.
Uh, I skipped this one over, but I know you've talked about this before. I don't want to debate it. I'll let you fucking say whatever you want, man. Uh, Unless you like go really off the rails. Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or other Gamergate related art projects?
I think Vivian James a very clear rape joke. Um, it could even be argued that it might be a rape threat. Um, because of
Hey,
the
I said don't
deliberate
go off the
choice.
rails, man. What the fuck?
I'm just saying they deliberately chose a color scheme that corresponds to the Daily Dose meme.
First of all, there's the Daily Dose meme. We don't know that that's rape. Second, we don't know if that was the inspiration. Third, like I don't give a shit. Nobody cares. Even the anti-Gamergate people don't even care.
I mean, she was created on a board that was very familiar with the meme. There's something there.
Dude, it shows Vegeta and Piccolo having sex with each other, and it was a hilarious meme that went around at the time. Um, was that the inspiration? Nobody really knows. Um, because it was made by So many different people have like their own designs and stuff. But whatever, dude. Again, I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm going to bed in like 20
It's
minutes. We've
it's
already
an
talked
agree to
about it
disagree
too
thing.
with I talked about it too with somebody else. So it's in the book where we go through like the deep lore on it somewhere. I don't remember which interview it was though, but Miss Sonata was in the chat, and then I think it was one of the pro GamerGate people I think was there too. Um, if you could have changed one thing about GamerGate, what would it be?
Um, I would make an effort to divorce it entirely from the conspiracy, um, and turn it into a standalone, unrelated movement about ethics.
What would you? Well,
Not
never mind. Oh, go ahead.
not just the conspiracy. I would divorce it from Shan culture in general.
Okay. If you could have changed one thing about the way opponents of GamerGate responded to it, what would it be?
I don't know. Part of me wants to say that a lot of the people who acted should not have. I think those that um, engaged in harassment or doxing in as a response to harassment and doxing, I don't think they should have done that. Um, but I don't know if I would go so far as to say they should have ignored Gamergate. Um, I'm probably somewhere in between.
Do you have any advice for any future online activist movement that might be looking to GamerGate for guidance for their movement?
Take a really good look at the person on your left and the person on your right. And if either of those people are sympathetic to the alt right, then take a really good look at the message you're promoting and figure out why that person has chosen to stand next to you and make sure that it is about your movement and not because of that other identity that they've taken on.
What have you personally learned from GamerGate?
Um, Never date anybody who's willing to make my personal life public discourse.
So the bridge between you and Destiny is closed off then? I'm
I
sorry.
don't know much about Destiny.
I'm sorry. I like Destiny. If you're
Would I ever
watching,
date? Absolutely
I
not. I
like
would
you,
never
man.
date
I do. I
Destiny.
think you do a great job, actually. I just want to throw that out there because we talked about it earlier. Um, was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
I don't think so because Gamergate didn't have much in the way of actionable goals.
What do you think of this interview project?
I think it's definitely good. I think it is creating a repository that humanizes everyone involved in Gamergate. And whether or not you agree, whether or not you think one group of people was or was not harassers, it's important to remember that everybody was human and everybody was impacted by this, and everybody deserves to be heard, even if we don't agree with what they have to say. And I think that your project is humanizing people that would otherwise fade into history without a voice. And I think that that's commendable.
Thank you. And dude, I tried to. I wanted to. I wasn't originally going to include your voice or Ninetales' voice because you weren't really like involved with it at the time. You were more observers at the time. And so I'm like, well, but then I interviewed the Airplay documentary guy, and he was mostly an observer at the time too. And I'm like, dude, look, I need to counter my own biases, especially since like um, the past like week and a half, like I've learned some stuff about like Brianna Wu that that look, it kind of changed the way I think about this stuff a lot. And then the FBI report, it looks like there were only like a handful of cases of like actual threats that they sent over to the FBI, like a like a pretty small number. It's not like there were like hundreds of FBI threats that they were looking at. Um, it it just, and then like the Brianna Wu stuff, like some of that stories doesn't appear to be accurate. Like, dude, like it kind of changed the way I think about the project. Not the project. It changed the way I think about the topic. And I didn't go into it thinking I really wanted to counter my biases because I'm like, dude, look, I'm starting to think that the harassment might have been exaggerated, and some of it might not have been real. Um, which isn't to say that like all of it wasn't, because like the fact is, people really were harassed. But like some of the specific claims don't appear to be true. Especially with like Brianna Wu's story. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for an official list of people who were allegedly harassed in connection to GamerGate, Rational Wiki lists 17 names. Um, it's almost a given. At least one of those people is not genuine and jumped in for attention, and maybe that person was Brianna Wu. Um, I don't know, but that
but like,
person
dude,
exists.
like, fuck, dude, maybe there were like a couple of posts on that Steam forum. It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. There probably was like one or two posts maybe, and then like I don't know about probably, but like there's like a fair chance. There's like at least there's like a fair chance that like there were like one or two posts, and then she's like fuck it, and she deleted those posts, and then she made her post, and then she deleted that, and then she's like, "Oh, there were hundreds of posts." Like, dude, I don't know, man. Like, it's really sus. There's not a single archive of this shit or screenshots or anything. But like, whatever. Fuck it, dude. I, I don't even hate Brianna Wu actually. Like, I have like a personal connection with her now. Which is to say, like, we've talked in private. Um, but like, I don't like dislike her or anything. Like, well, I guess I do, right? Because I think she's a dishonest person. But like, a lot of people are dishonest people. I'm not like unwilling to work with her in the future or anything necessarily. Like I'll still talk with her and have a conversation if she wants to. But she clearly, I think, does not. And whatever, it is what it is. But hey, how do you think I've been doing with my biases with this project?
I think you've been pretty good because you're not presenting this as a hands down defense of Gamergate. You're presenting people's stories, and it seems like you're allowing your audience to draw their own conclusions based on what is said. And if that's how the book pans out, like I expect, um, then I think you're doing a great job with this. And you're doing a great job with your own bias because you personally support Gamergate, but I don't think that that's necessarily where you're trying to lead your audience.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate you helping me provide feedback and insight and ideas throughout the project. I've not really reached out to people as much lately because like I feel, well, one, the project's like the interview portion of the project is nearing its end. Um, I've only got with like 10 left to do or something like that. Maybe it's like 15, I don't know. But like I agreed. One mistake I made was I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, come on. You want to do it? Sure. Yeah. Well, come on. I'll let you do it. No big deal. People are coming to me and they're like, oh, I want to tell my story, and that's great. And then it's like, wait, holy shit, I had 50 people at one point. Now I'm down to like 47, I think. So, or maybe it's gone back up because I made an exception recently, or well, like 2 weeks ago. Well, I made an exception for you. I made an exception for Ninetales. I made an exception for Lieutenant Sarge because I knew Lieutenant Sarge back then. And it's like one of the people I actually used to talk with back in the day is reaching out to me, and it's like, oh, dude, Netscape, it's great to see you, man. Hey, can I tell my story? It's like, well, I can't say no to you. Fuck, you know. So it's it is, but yeah, I mean, I got about 50 people. Fuck, dude, it's gonna be a big project. But I'm glad to hear that you think I've done a pretty fair job. Um,
Yeah, have you had any luck? I haven't caught all of your interviews, but any of the people who would like who would be on that list of 17 names, have you gotten any of them to participate?
Well, I don't think that like 17 people got harassed by GamerGate. I don't think that like anybody did. I mean, by which to say like the GamerGate community. Like I don't know if like an individual was. I did reach out to Brianna Wu and I reached out to Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn did not reply. Brianna Wu and I have talked. She's been very, very friendly. Well, she's been cordial with me. We've talked in private. I'm not going to say what was in the DMs, of course. But no, like I don't have a problem with her on a personal level, except for the fact that I
No.
think she's a deceitful person, I guess. But like I'm open about that. I'm not like trying to hide the fact that I think that. Um, and I do like try to like steelman her. Like when I talk about it, I do bring up like there were posts, a couple of posts. They were made after her post, but still that said maybe some comments got deleted, or it looks like the developer is curating the thread, curating the post, the forum. So like maybe. Look, I do present that evidence, and then like the fleeing her home thing. Dude, I don't know, man. I try to be fair. I kind of liked it more when I didn't know this stuff. I really do, because like now I have to talk about it and like go. So at first I'm like, oh, I shouldn't talk about this at all, and then I'm like, you know what? I have to. It's my job as a journalist investigating it. And then I'm like, but I got to be really careful. And then now I'm just like, fuck it. I'm not gonna like lie, but like I feel confident enough in what I'm saying that I don't like feel the need to heavily caveat it every single time. I mean, I do heavily. I
Have you
do.
tried
I guess.
have you tried reaching out to Anita at all? You may not get her to sit down for an interview, but you may get something along the lines of a statement from her people.
I mean, like I'm. What I mean, if she's not gonna be in the book. I don't know what. I don't why. No, I'd include like a statement from her necessarily. But like, I mean, like I'm not like opposed to the idea. If she wants to reach out to me, we can talk. But I mean, I don't know.
She
I don't
probably
want
has
to.
no idea who you are.
Probably, you're right. Well, I don't know. Maybe she's got like Google alerts set up, so anytime people talk about the GamerGate shit on YouTube, she I don't know. Who knows? Um, if so, she's getting a lot of alerts from me lately. But dude,
Yeah, the hashtag is still used like fairly frequently, so that would be a lot of alerts.
yeah, well, it's mostly used by like bots now. Um,
Oh, that's true. I see it a lot attached a lot to these because I spend a lot of time cataloging very obviously false defamation posts targeted at the Jewish community, and I see a lot of posts like that, and there will be like a whole block of hashtags they're using, and I sometimes see Gamergate smashed in with stuff like that.
yeah. There's this group of people. I'm on good terms with them. I want to talk to them at some point. It's this feminist gaming podcast people, but they always tweet Gamergate and all of their stuff, and so it like floods the hashtag when they upload their stuff. But not that I like care, because Gamergate's fucking dead. But like, it, I don't like when people do stuff like that unless it's
Yeah,
actually
it's
relevant.
just it's definitely not a useful hashtag to follow, like
Yeah. It
for the
was, dude. This was
notifications.
some great shit back in the day. Um, but yeah. Anyway, um, fuck. Well, hey, anything else you want to say to the pro Gamergate people reading the book?
Um, just I mean I've said a lot of what I need to say. Just when you're going out there and fighting the good fight, just be aware of who you're standing side by side with, and try to be aware of why they have chosen to stand with you. And as long as you do that, uh, you should be able to steer clear of doing any wrong.
Anything else you want to talk about?
Uh, like to plug my YouTube real quick if that's cool.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not sure that'll be in the
Yeah,
book. Or fuck, I don't really care. Maybe, but dude, if
yeah,
I
you don't have to put that in the book. No, it's youtube.com/the Pinko Merchant. I only have like 4 or 5 videos up at the moment about a variety of topics. One of them is my GamerGate video. If you want to sit through a 30 to 40 minute essay with me talking about my position, please do. Please like, share, and subscribe, and do the same for Tachyon here.
yeah, dude, man, should I take this down and re-upload it? With this, the Lynn Walsh one too, dude. It's fucked up, dude. Why? Where are my viewers at, man?
Maybe don't take it down and re-upload it, but maybe upload
On
it a second time and see if there's a difference.
Dude, there's no, I don't know. Oh, dude, how is this possible? Like, it's at 4 views. There's no way. There's no way. Look at all the other videos on my channel.
I think if you give it a couple of days, the metrics should correct.
Yeah, yeah. But there's also nobody in chat too. Like, I don't think people are seeing it.
It is also 12:30 a.m. my time. It's
Oh,
not
that dude.
exactly prime time.
Normally dude, like last night I had like a dozen people in chat consistently. Um, I've been pulling bigger numbers lately. I don't know where the fuck. I think the algorithm fucking hates me, dude, or something. Maybe it's just a weird day. Or maybe because everybody's watching the Destiny drama, because like a lot of people in my audience, or some of them, like are in the Destiny sphere, and like
Yeah,
everybody's covering that. But like,
that
dude,
could
there's
be a
no
thing.
way only four
It's
people have
also
seen this video I released 5 hours ago. There's no fucking way, dude.
I don't know. You might get a different number once the stream actually ends.
Yeah. Well, anyway, have a good night. Thank you so much. I would normally stay in chat, but it's getting late, so.
No, I got you. You're right. It is getting pretty late, but I'm always around if you ever want to shoot the shit.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know how to find me too, and I appreciate you coming on. Thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Take care, man.